presentation, but you didn't bring.
I brought my sunglasses.
There you go. Good morning. Is that the good morning? We're in my hometown. I bring everybody here, and it's like, good morning. Hey, good morning. Okay, now we're in Las Vegas, New Mexico. Welcome. I want to call to order this regular meeting, July 16th, 2026, at approximately 8:31. Let the record show that all 6 commissioners are present and a quorum has been established. May I get a roll call?
Chairman Adams,
Yeah, here.
Commissioner McElroy,
Here.
Commissioner Hicks,
Present.
Commissioner Chenoweth,
Here.
Commissioner Taylor, and Commissioner Tanner.
Here.
So let the record show that we are at full staff today. With that, we have established a quorum. And I would, if you would stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and I see County Commission-elect Doris Gallegos back there. Are you there? Would you come up here and lead us in the pledge? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And now I'm going to ask Commissioner Hicks to lead us in the New Mexico flag salute.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Sorry about that, I lost my voice.
Thank you. Fellow commissioners, you've had a chance to review the agenda. Is there any additions, deletions, or any other action to be taken at this time? If not, what is the pleasure of this commission?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
I have a motion.
Aye.
Opposed? That carries. Is there any?
As presented.
I have a motion from Commissioner Chenoweth for approval. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? First of all, I want to thank everybody for coming here today. And want to thank Fisher Sand and Gravel for the breakfast which is provided, and we back. And I'll speak a little bit more on my welcome as we go on. I'll turn it over to our. He's been on now for how many months?
About 4 months now.
He's been on. He's doing a tremendous job. And so with that, I will go ahead and turn it.
Thank you. Appreciate, again, the opportunity to serve in this. And do this, this commission meeting without the tech. With Miguel Fierro, Paul Sigurdsson, and Joseph Thibodeau. Those are the guys in the background that make all this. We got Mallory, Service Director, Tisha Clark, our construction engineer, statewide construction engineer, and Shannon Glendenning, who is going to be, but Shannon Glendenning, who's going to be presenting today, and I believe we also have Brad Julian here, who will also be presenting somewhere here. But anyway, or he may not be here yet. And then as far as D4, I'll leave that to Adam, Mr. Chair. But I think, did I miss anybody else that came up from Santa Fe? Oh, Izzy, our program coordinator out of Santa Fe, does all the statewide videos for that showcases our maintenance groups. Does a great job in that with Paul and Miguel. So I think I captured everybody, Mr. Chair. We're good.
Okay, with that, I will start with one of our homegrown here. If you guys remember him, John McElroy, and we'll work our way this way for introductions.
Good morning, I'm John McElroy. I'm the District 1 State Transportation Commissioner. Just for information purposes, District 1 encompasses the southwestern part of the state, 6-county area, running from Socorro County down to Doña Ana County, and then over to Hidalgo County and Grant County to the west, and Luna. District 1 encompasses over 300 miles of interstate highway, I-25 and I-10. And also a unique thing about District 1 is we're the only district that borders an international border. We border Mexico. I believe we have 3 ports of entry into New Mexico. from Mexico, and one of them's very busy. Probably one of the busiest ports on the southern border in Santa Teresa. A lot of things happening in that area commercially between the two countries, and also at Santa Teresa itself. I think a lot of you see probably on the news every day something regarding Project Jupiter, probably one of the largest data centers in the United States going up there right now. Just from a personal note, as the chairman mentioned, I was born and raised here. Went down to New Mexico State University and graduated in civil engineering in 1981, and joined the department. Served 28 years. Worked primarily in District 4 and District 5 over that time period. Kind of grew up in the districts. The districts are very close to my heart. And I believe the department, the districts are the ones that touch what happens out there for the general public. And you get to see results from the work that you do. I don't know you always get to see that working in the design section, or you touch the projects, you touch things, but you don't really see the outcome a lot of times. You don't see the progress. And I think that's what I've always liked about the district. Worked throughout the district in the construction side, and then came up through the engineering side in the district and the technical support side. Worked in maintenance, worked in construction as an assistant district engineer, and finished as the district engineer for the last 7 years in District 5 in the Santa Fe district. Raised my children here. My wife was a teacher in this area. Kind of made the decision after the kids were done with college to make a move down south to Cruces. Enjoyed that for the last 9 years. And just happy to be here today, and hope we have a good meeting today. Thank you.
Commissioner Hicks.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to be here today at this lovely building of education. Again, my name is Deborah Hicks, and I represent District 2, which I know that our secretary will give you more details, but we have over 7,000 lane miles in District 2. We serve about approximately 86 different entities, including counties, cities, Holloman Air Force Base, Cannon Air Force Base. We have the largest area in oil and gas down in southeastern New Mexico. A little bit about myself. This is my second time to serve on the Highway Transportation Commission, previously known as the Highway Commission. And I am a professional civil engineer. I started out in the laboratories and then went on through to design. I'm just very thankful to be here today.
Thank you. Commissioner Chen.
Good morning. My name is Hilma Chinoweth. I am the commissioner for District 3, which is the Albuquerque metro area and kind of San Bernardino County, parts of Sandoval and Valencia County. I do not have all the chats and stats memorized like my fellow commissioners here about the lane miles and how many just different statistics we have in that area, but I will tell you that I love coming up to Las Vegas every opportunity I have, so thank you for the invitation to be here. My mother used to teach at Highlands University, so I came up here quite a bit when I was younger, and I'm so glad to be here and see the development that has happened here and how well you're doing. So thank you.
Commissioner Taylor.
Good morning, I'm Commissioner Taylor from Farmington, New Mexico. Actually, we have, that's on. Actually, we have 3 points of entry from Arizona, Utah, and Colorado that are easier to get across than those in the south. District 5 has got about 5,200 miles of lane miles, where San Juan, Rio Arriba, Taos, Santa Fe, and Torrance, and Los Alamos counties. Anyway, it's an interesting part of the country up there. We're somewhat remote to most places anyway. It's been a pleasure serving.
Commissioner Tanner?
Good morning, my name's Tony Tanner, I'm out of Gallup, New Mexico, I'm with District 6. Our primary counties are Cibola, McKinley, and Catron. Like Commissioner Taylor, we have portions of other counties, Sandoval, San Juan, Rio Arriba, I believe Valencia and Socorro. So quite a range. Want to welcome everybody to the meeting this morning. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. And for the ones that don't know me, I'm sure everybody almost knows me. My name is Walter Adams, and I'm proud to say that I'm from Las Vegas, New Mexico. As we go around the state, I'm proud to say that Las Vegas is my home. And I'm blessed to be in this position to represent all of you. But I want to make it clear, this commission works for you. We work for you. And we're blessed that we have great employees, probably the greatest. I'll go on record as saying we have the greatest employees everywhere, all over the state. And employees are what make you and break you. And if you see our meetings as we go all over the state, we like to tell them thank you. And for the employees that are here today, the ones watching and the ones that can't be here, we want to thank you for what you do each and every day, doing whatever it takes to get things done. I started in 1977 with DOT. Next year, I'll already have 50 years with DOT. And I want to thank the legislature and for the money, because without money, we can't do much. And they're the ones that appropriate it, and we can do a lot of things with that. I want to thank the governor, who's been fantastic, not only to the Department of Transportation, but to San Miguel County and to Las Vegas. She's been a big champion, and it's been an honor to work for her. But I just want to thank each and every one of you for your attendance here today. And I want you to know one thing, that we're here to offer resources. The proudest thing that I am is the partnerships that we've made with the city of Las Vegas and cities and other entities throughout the state, the San Miguel County and other county commissions throughout the state. And it's through partnerships. It's through partnerships that we get things done. When you come to rural America right here, and you go into Mora, and you go into Des Moines, and you go into other areas, if we don't share resources, if we don't help each other out, if we don't sit down and partner, then we're not doing our together to ensure that is getting the resources that they need, that the public is getting the attention they need, and more importantly, that we're doing what we need to do as either elected officials, appointed officials. So with that, I want to welcome everybody again, let everybody know that it's an honor to be here. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to our secretary so that he can recognize some of the elected officials here. The other thing I wanted to mention is when we go to public comment, anybody's welcome to come up. I won't call you in any particular order. If you go put your hand up, we'll call you up. So with that, Secretary.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you. This is my 5th commission. You'd think it would be my 1st. I failed to recognize my executive staff, and that's on me. Apologies. So John Newell, our general counsel, Momo Abed, my deputy secretary, Tammy Torres. We couldn't get any of this done without her and everything she does. Thank you, Tammy. Our District 1 engineer, Aaron Chavarria. Our District 2 engineer, Francisco Sanchez. Our District Paul Brasher. Our District 4 engineer, Adam Romero. Our District 5 engineer, Rhonda Lopez, excuse me, sorry. I was called. Our District 6 engineer, not last but not Lisa Vega.
Hey, Secretary, how many meetings have you been here?
This will be my 5th, but again, like I said, it might.
I want everybody to tune into the next one to see if he's still here.
to be continued or to be determined.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
Also, we did have David Harris pop in while the commissioners were coming in, our modal director, and Cindy Vigu, our FHWA division director and partner, also walked in while the commissioners were introducing themselves.
And before I forget, I want to thank the city of Las Vegas for the bags that they provided today, and we very much appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor and Council, and we appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Chair. So getting on to the elected officials, we have first Mr. Robert Anaya, City Manager, City of Las Vegas.
Mr. Anaya, if you like, and we'll wait till public comments or whoever wants to come up.
Yep. We also have here Mr. David Romero, City of Las Vegas.
Welcome, Mayor.
Mr. Harold Garcia, San Miguel Commission Chair.
Welcome, Chairman.
Ms. Doris Gallegos, San Miguel County Commission elect.
Where are you? Thanks for being here and thanks for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes, indeed.
And good luck with your new position.
I think Mr. Billy Joe Barnes, Mayor, Village of San Juan.
Well, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Lynn Crawford, Mayor Ruidoso.
Thank you for being here. It's always good to see you, Mayor.
Representative Jack Chatfield, Mosquito.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. And thank you for what you do up at the legislature.
And lastly, Marvin Martinez, Councilor, District 4, Las Vegas.
Counselor, thank you, and thank you for your support.
Now, did I miss anybody out there that might have come in and weren't able to put their name down on the elected official sheet? I think we got him, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And now we will go ahead and jump to public comment. And if you're wanting to come up and speak, just raise your hand and I'm going to say, come on down. Come on.
He says, come on down.
I want to welcome you again and thank you again for the work you do up in Santa Fe.
Thank you, sir. Jack Chatfield, New Mexico House District 60. For any of you that spent some time up around Santa Fe, you know that I serve on the House Appropriations Committee, and I also serve on the Legislative Budget for the state of New Mexico. You will also know that I'm a strong supporter of roads and of the jobs that you guys do. I remember a couple of years ago, the committee rec to us in the House was $40 million. I knew that the budget the year before had been $300 million. We started stepping on it, working it a little bit, called some friends in the Senate. The bill went to the governor with $400 million in it. And this year we passed a bonding issue. I don't think we needed a bond. I think we got enough money. Like I say, I work on the budget. The oil and gas is just keeps being good to us, and we've got the money to fix our roads. And my mantra every year, put the money while we got money so that it will be here 30 years from now. So I appreciate the job y'all do, and I appreciate the employees that are out there every day working hard to fix our roads. But today, I come to ask a favor. I can't go to the grocery store for people hammering on me about the road in District 4. The road from Clayton down to Narvaeza, which is 402, and the road from Clayton over to Roy, which is 120. Of course, everybody knows I've been trying to get 39. We've got about 2/3 of it done. Somebody rolled their car on 402 the other day, and I've heard a lot of complaints about the shoulder being too steep, too deep. I'm not an engineer, so I don't know how you fix that, but I think you guys do. And I really appreciate Mr. Adam Romero agreed to come up to our county commission meeting and talk to people about the plan that you all have for our roads in New Mexico. And we talked about the fact that I-40 is just falling apart, and I know that it's important that we get that fixed, but it's also important that we fix our local roads. And so I will be there in Santa Fe, in every one of the LFC interim committee meetings. I will be fighting for you guys to have all the money you need to fix our roads, but I hope you can come up and have a look at those roads in a rural area of the state where not too many people live, but each one of them is important to me, as I know they're important to you. Thank you all for giving me a little bit of time.
Well, thank you, and I just want to reiterate that we want to thank you because this year we got the bonding bill of $1.5 billion, and that's fantastic. And I also want to let you know we're meeting with Senator Woods on some issues up on I-40, and it'll be Adam, the secretary, and myself. And at any time that you feel that you want to meet, you just let Adam know or me know, you call me directly, and we'll arrange a meeting, and we're here to, that's why we have these meetings, is to make sure that we're hearing what the good things, the bad things, and the things that we can improve on. So anytime that you have any concerns or questions, please don't hesitate to call.
Thank you, sir. I'm very grateful that Adam has agreed to come up and listen to the folks on August the 11th at the county commission meeting. I think he's going to draw a crowd. But, you know, sometimes people just want to feel like they're being heard and that we're trying to resolve their problems. And that's what my job is. That's what your job is, right? So I appreciate Adam agreeing to do that. And I appreciate the job that you guys do.
Thank you, and thank you for being here today and your comments. Next, Councilor Martinez or Mayor Pro Tem. Welcome.
First of all, I want to say welcome to Las Vegas, Chairman Adams, Cabinet Secretary Quintana, of course, our district engineer here in Vegas, Adam Romero, and the rest of you commissioners to come to Vegas. Our community also serves quite a few miles of roads, 77 miles of roads in just our little Las Vegas. And without that partnership with, the highway department, the TPO funding that we get, it would be very difficult for us to continue to take care of the infrastructure of our community. So I just wanted to say thank you. Your fight at the state level is important for us. You guys increasing those dollars to come to communities like Las Vegas, New Mexico is very important. And of course, the rest of the state. So thank you very much. We appreciate that very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, and thank you for the job that you do in making this community better.
Welcome.
Real quick, Mallory. Mallory is our she runs the $1.5 billion, so you got to be nice to her. In the August meeting that we have, which is next month, are we going to be doing the awarding of the local government road TPF?
Good morning, commissioners. Yes, Chairman. So the commissioners will receive the list that the secretary has recommended by August 1st. And then at the August meeting, you guys will approve and move forward.
Or disapprove.
Or disapprove, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor.
Chairman, first of all, let me welcome everybody that isn't from here. I know we have District 4 here represented well, but to the elected officials, thank you for coming. Mayor Crawford, thank you. I know you and I have had many conversations with the devastations that we've dealt with. So as we keep saying, we're here for each other. Representative Chatfield, thank you and I know you have a small corner of San Miguel County, but thank you for supporting rural New Mexico and your support and the additional funding that the DOT has received benefits us, specifically in smaller communities. As Councilor Martinez mentioned, that we normally wouldn't be able to maintain some of these areas. So thank you for your help, and to all the other legislators. So Commissioner, members of the commission, Secretary Quintana, and all the staff, thank you guys for all you do. As been said by my colleague, Councilor Martinez, We have 77 miles within the city, but we also know that we have DOT, roads that also go through here. And to the District 4, Mr. Adam Romero and his staff, I could say one thing is that they're always there for us. They never let us down, even when we've been through flooding. They're just a phone call away, and I think that's important is, not only here, but statewide, right? I know you guys are always available. Mora County, when they were having their issues, DOT stepped up, helped out. So I'm gonna go a little above. I know you said the DOT employees are #1 in the state, but I'm gonna say District 4 employees are #1 in New Mexico. So give them a round of applause. Again, guys, continuing to host at least once a year, twice. We get to see you guys. You're always welcome here. New Mexico Highlands University sets this nice facility up for you guys. But we're here, not only, as you said, you work for us, but also we work for you guys as regular, citizens. But we thank you guys. Thank you for all the support that you have given us and any support that I know we've offered to District 4 here. If there's anything that we can help, we've offered that also. So it's a partnership. We'll continue to offer services, but thank you guys, and we hope you have a good meeting. We're excited to hear about the new policy for speed enforcement cameras, because I know we're having issues here. So we're excited to stick around and hear what's going on, and we'll see you again next month. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm going to give an update during the Secretary's report on some of the things that we've been discussing at our meeting, so you can get like a feel of where we're at with that. And I want to thank you for the job that you're doing. And I know we've been through a lot of ups and downs here with the flooding and the fires and everything else, but you guys have responded, and you guys continue to serve the city of Las Vegas to the best of your ability, along with your colleagues. And we appreciate that, and the city manager. So with that, we thank you. Anybody? I'm gonna go right here.
Chairman Adams, members of the commission, my name is Michael Martin. The New Mexico Department of Transportation is planning to replace the bridge on New Mexico 554 in El Rito. The DOT is purchasing a permanent easement and a temporary easement from me to complete the project. I was offered $3,350 for both easements. I made a counteroffer requesting a 6-foot wall on both sides of the highway from the bridge south to my home, speed bumps to protect my home and barn, assurance that I can use the 2 irrigation ditches impacted by the project to irrigate 60 acres of my farm throughout the irrigation season, and assurance that 2 5-foot diameter cottonwood trees on my property and not part of the temporary easement will not be cut down. I have made repeated attempts to contact Yvette Chavez, DOT right-of-way officer, by both telephone and email, and have not received a response. I emailed Mr. Valdez on Monday, July 13th, and he responded that someone would contact me, but no one has. Yesterday morning, I found a FedEx envelope in my gate containing a letter from Ms. Chavez stating condemnation was proceeding. I am attending today's meeting hoping I can get answers to my counteroffer. Thank you for the opportunity to tell you my story.
Well, on behalf of this commission, thank you, and thank you for that update, and we appreciate you being here today.
Thank you, sir.
I'll go here, and then I'll go over there. Mayor. Welcome, Mayor.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, our new secretary. I haven't got to meet you yet. I just want to say thank you for all that you've done. We just started a new $2 million project last week in Ruidoso. All the help that you guys have done. I never like to argue with the mayor over here because they've been so helpful to us through our tragedy. Always there supportive, but I think our District 2 would give them a run for their money. Everything that Cisco, Smelker, and those guys do for the village is unbelievable. We just had the bridge engineer come in and do a lot of work for us, and so we're appreciative of what you do. I know you serve at the behest of the governor free. You know, you don't get paid anything, but I appreciate your attention. and we get the job done when you give us the money. So again, thank you for all of your service. In the Village of Ruidoso, we support everything, and we appreciate everything that you do. Thank you.
Mayor, thank you for being here today, and we've worked before in the past, and I just want to say that continue your great work because you've done a great job. You've been through a lot of adversity just like we have here, and you continue to work through it because that's what we do. We wake up every day and we get up. We get knocked down, we get up again. And so thank you for the job you're doing and your leadership. Chairman Garcia.
Good morning, Chairman Adams.
Welcome.
Members of the Commission, Secretary Quintana, NMDOT staff. My name is Harold Garcia. I am the Chairman of the San Miguel County Commission. On behalf of the San Miguel County Commission, County Manager and staff, we want to express our gratitude to you for your programs that have been very effective throughout the state, particularly San Miguel County and the city of Las Vegas. I've been a county commissioner. By the time I'm done in December, it would have been 8 years. The same time that Chairman Adams has served in this board, and some of you have served in this board. San Miguel County has benefited from your program in excess of $20 million during my time here. And it would not have happened had it not been for the membership that's up here. And for that, I want to express my gratitude. Everybody talks about their districts, and I'm going to touch a little bit about District 4. Adam Romero, thank you so much for what you and your staff do for San Miguel County and for Northeastern New Mexico. I know that San Miguel County and Northeastern New Mexico is very widespread. And so rurally, it's hard because you go to Albuquerque, the districts are small, but the districts here geographically are big. And so the responsibility is that much more when it comes to a widespread district. But I applaud you and I thank you for that. There's some individuals at District 4 that I want to personally say thank you to. John Herrera, Monica Duran, and Becca Martinez. These three individuals, and of course, all of District 4 staff are always there for us. But if I have to make phone calls to get in touch with Mr. Romero and his staff, those are the three people that I go to regularly, and I cannot say anything more than thank you. These people have been so generous, and they're always welcoming. As a matter of fact, we're setting up a meeting with John Herrera and Monica to orient the new county commissioners coming in. I'm trying to set that up for next week, and those are just examples of how structured District 4 staff are, and the entire state highway district transportation staff, and I want to thank you for that. So anyway, San Miguel County, we talk a lot about the southeastern part, the oil industry. Well, San Miguel County, has 3 rivers that contribute to northeastern and to the entire state, a good part of the entire state. The Pecos River, the Gainas River, and the Canadian River. We must not forget that water is a very strong resource, and without water, this state cannot thrive. And so I'm honored to say that within a 4,700 square mile area in Little New Mexico, those 3 rivers are big contributors to what the rest of the state has to benefit from. And so once again, thank you so much for everything that you do for us, and welcome to San Miguel County.
Thank you, and thank you for your leadership. And again, I want to emphasize and how proud I am to be from a community, and you've seen it here today about the partnerships. DOT can pick up the phone and call the county, can call the city, can call the schools. We work as one in this community, and that's why we're all trying to do our best, and I'm proud of that. I go into communities where the county doesn't want to work with the city doesn't want to work with somebody else, and the DOT's like over here, and we're willing to, but it's refreshing to come in where we can just call each other every day and say, hey, there's a light out, there's a pothole, can we borrow this, can we borrow that? And I'm gonna get into a couple of projects that we're doing, but it's just a good feeling to come in here and know that everybody has the same goal in mind, and that's to do what's in the best interest of the people we serve. So with that, who's next? Well, you know what they say, speak now or forever hold your peace. So is that it? With that, I'm gonna go on to the Secretary's report. And during his report, I'll talk about some of the stuff.
All right, Mr. Chair, appreciate it. Members of the commission. My fifth secretary's report, hopefully not my last. All right, so just an update again on our vacancy in HR. Since March, NMDOT still has remained about flat. We're fluctuating between 18.17 and 18.98% vacancies. But we've been moving on action, so a lot of that's attributed to retirements, internal promotions. But you can see there, Mr. Chair, since last July through May, our time to fill has reduced significantly from 146 days to 26 days in May. So we're real proud of that. We also have hired a new HR director, Mr. Max Cordova. He's rejoined the DOT. He started back on the 6th of this month. He's definitely in line with our vision, Mr. Chair, for compensation, and we will work together to get to that goal in short order.
Secretary, for the employees that are here today, can you go over a little bit of the plan that you're trying to implement to help everybody with their salaries?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it'd be my pleasure. And I don't know, I believe you all may have seen my video that I sent out to the agency it was sent out last week, or earlier this week, it was done last week. And I touched on what we discussed about changes to HR, and really the big thing I want to stress is equal pay for equal work, right? I want to make sure that we are very aligned in that goal. I want to make the DOT the best paying state agency, Mr. Chair, and we're working to that end right now. We've gone through the maintenance classifications. We're working on the engineer techs, the finance folks, and we're going through all the classifications to make sure that we're going to get everybody to a point where they're getting paid equally for the work they're doing compared to their competitors, if you will. So that's the plan, and really it trickles down from what we've done a few years ago. All the DEs make the same, and to that end, I think that what's good for the goose is good for the gander in that respect. So we're going to work to that end, and identify what the budget ramifications are with Mallory, and we should have a good idea in the next couple of commission meetings, maybe 3 commission meetings, on where we stand, what the budget ramifications will be to get everybody to an equal pay footing. Obviously, we're not going to be able to get everybody to the highest salary level of each of those classifications because there are outliers, Mr. Chair. But we are I think there's going to be a significant amount of staff that we'll see in pay band as part of this exercise. So that's more to come. More to come on that, Mr. Chair. I'd like to talk also a little bit. Lastly, Deputy Secretary Cooper, she resigned last week. Her last day in office will be on the 23rd, next Wednesday. Her official last day will be on the 30th. Working with the governor's office to name or identify a replacement to act in the interim from the inside. So hopefully we can do that.
And on behalf of this commission, we would like to thank Deputy Cooper for her service and wish her nothing but the best of luck.
Indeed, Mr. Chair, indeed. I want to give a little bit of an update on our June bond sales. As you all are aware, we closed on our $220 million SDC bonds on the 30th of June. So we met the deadline of legislation. Our debt service payment for this first tranche is $9.7 million. The projects, gets mentioned in previous meetings, that'll be funded with these 2026 series bonds are the border connector down in District 1, Nogal Canyon bridge replacements in Socorro County in District 1, and I-40 Puerco River twin bridge replacement in District 6 there near Gallup. All three of those projects, as I mentioned in previous commission meetings, are recipients of discretionary federal grant funds. So the bond sales will be used for our match and the gap that we have for the overall project costs. A little bit of an update on our Kelinda program. For those of you that aren't aware, our Kelinda program is it's a grant program that we work with a lot of local entities to help do trash pickup, litter pickup, all that good stuff. We had our first cohort of the Land of Enchantment Young Ambassadors, Mr. Chair. These are high school students. They just completed their first year of service, and they were identified last year in each district. And this program, it's in collaboration with the governor's office, 14 high schoolers across the state. They collectively brought over 338 volunteers, Mr. Chair, Commission, to clean up over 15,000 pounds of trash. So these are some young kids that are really out there, go-getters that are I think, a shining star in their organizers. And I think there's somebody that in addition to the tons of trash cleaned up by our district staff, our contractors, and corrections. Target Zero. Target Zero, Amy Whitfield heading up that program. That program's offering multiple training opportunities, their knowledge and skill set in transportation safety. We're having an event coming up, transportation crashes. Oftentimes our maintenance folks or class for them on some protocols that they have to go, that they should be going through safety work, public awareness campaigns, and partnering with reduce our numbers for pedestrian crashes. Our numbers have improved 7% nationwide. So those are some positive trends that we're coping. And I think the Target Zero initiative will go a long way into getting us to that goal, Mr. Chair. Some cattle guard update, Mr. Chair. I've asked the districts, as I said last commission meeting, with their resource needs that they would have require in order to create cattle guard crews. So I got some feedback from the districts. In a nutshell, with equipment and tool needs, one time, well, not just a one time, but initial cost for the first year, we're looking at about $1 million, 1.02 million per district. D3, with the exception of D3, they're good with their resources and how they currently handle their cattle guards. They have significantly less cattle guards than the other districts, and their management of those cattle guards seems to be working with their entities. So they're good where they're at right now. Manpower needs, we're looking at approximately 4 FTEs for these crews. So that's per district, and that would come at a cost of about 1.6 million annually for the state. So the initial year, we're looking at, $2.6 million to get a cattle guard crew program out or set up front, and then 1.6 million to keep the workforce pay and benefits, and then obviously equipment, maintenance, repair, replacement. Those will come in later years, Mr. Chair. But initially, we'll be looking at about $2.6 million to get that off the ground. I promised you a policy on descansos, Mr. Chair. Working with our general counsel, John Neal.
Let me
Yes,
just
sir.
hit a little bit on that.
Yes, sir.
We're developing a policy on descansos, and we understand that these descansos it's a very sensitive thing, and it's a very sacred thing, and we support them 100%. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to come up with a policy where if you want to place a descanso on the roadway or whatever, that you go in and get a permit, and we have a policy that says what is allowable and what isn't allowable. And the reason for that is because we got to make sure that anything that's put up is not of a hazard or danger to the traveling public. if a car goes off the road or a truck goes off the road, we want to make sure that it's not going to impact the accident anymore. So we're very sensitive on this issue. I want everybody to know we do support the descansos, but we're going to come up with a permit process where you come in, and the secretary's been working on a policy along with our legal counsel. And so I just wanted to let everybody know that there's going to be guidelines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To your point, yeah, we take descansos very seriously to the point where we have protection and replacement as part of our contract for construction projects, Mr. Chair. So yeah, we do take those very seriously, and we know what how important they are to the family members and the friends of those that have passed on our highways. So with that, the department is working on a proposed revision to Commission Policy 61, Mr. Chair, memorial or honorary designation or dedication of highways, transportation facilities, and structures that would add citizen roadside memorials, descansos to that policy. Addressing this issue of descansos in NMDOT right-of-way through Commission policy will allow the Commission to establish a framework under which the department can develop a permit process for descansos and a descanso registry, Mr. Chair. And I think that's very important. That way we know who actually has descansos out there and how many of them we have out there in our right-of-way. This will also establish guidelines for what can be included in such roadside memorials, and when the department would need to remove the memorial. The permit process and registry would also help the department identify and contact should removal or alteration of a descanso be required to ensure the safety of the traveling public. While adding descansos to CPI 61, the Commission and the department will also be able to revise the existing policy at the same time, including providing a more structured system to requesting memorial dedications of department infrastructure and establishing a coherent fallen officer memorial dedication program that would ensure uniformity when the Commission acts to dedicate department infrastructure to a fallen officer. NMDOT's Office of General Counsel is working on draft revisions to Commission Policy 61, and Acting General Counsel John Newell will be ready to present the proposed revisions as an informational item at our next STC meeting in August, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Chair.
Lastly, Mr. Chair, since we're in District 4, we oftentimes get communications to various district engineers, the chief engineer, myself, our constituent services, and those messages tend to be on the negative side, Mr. Chair. Issues that they might be having were related to roadway conditions, trash, what have you, Mr. Chair. But I got a nice text from Representative Joy Garrett earlier this week. She reached out to me. She was on her way to, I don't know if she was on her way to Colorado or coming back from Colorado, but she drove over the Raton Pass, and kudos to construction crew up in Raton, District 4 construction altogether. That's where I used to cut my teeth, Mr. Chair, Santa Rosa construction. So know how good the construction group is here in District 4. So kudos to you guys. Well done, job well done. It's nice to get positive praise once in a while. So with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes my secretary's report.
I have a couple of questions, and then I'll turn it over to fellow commissioners. Number one, on that road that is in dispute up in Sandia, up in Albuquerque, have we heard anything back from the Attorney General?
Mr. Chair, we have not, but we are going to go into executive session this meeting, and we'll talk a little bit about it with our general counsel and how we think this might end up playing out.
Okay. And then the next thing I had is with John. We've been meeting with the city, and we're collaborating on a partnership project. And if you know, in Santa Fe, the city of Santa Fe, they have banners of the veterans on the poles. I don't know, have you seen those? Okay, so we're collaborating to do that with the city and put them on state roads, and they're gonna put them on their city roads. And we're going through the process of making sure that the poles can hold the flags, and we're getting all that done. And I just want to make sure that you're involved with Adam and the secretary to make sure that if we do a memorandum of understanding, that we're good to go. And because we have a goal set of Veterans Day, and we want to make sure that our end meets with their end, and we can get this project done. The sooner the better, and that if there's any obstacles, that we can work them out before that. And part of the collaboration is going to be that we can get them on our roads, but the city they have a boom truck, they would be responsible for putting them up and down. Because I think they take them down in the winter and put them back up in the spring. It's my understanding. So.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to work on that with the district and the city.
Okay, thank you. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up was there's a lot of interest from entities on speed cameras. And every meeting, we're getting more and more requests. And we're going to get a request today from the city of Ruidoso. And I know the city of Las Vegas is interested too. So I want them to listen to that. We're also working on guidelines that you have to meet certain criteria in order to qualify. And the secretary will go over that and the thing. But what I wanted to discuss, and that we've been discussing, is that a lot of these accidents or places that are warranting speed cameras, I think that a lot of, and Albuquerque is a perfect example. A lot of the intersections and infrastructure have outgrown their original design. And so what happens is there's more and more traffic that they never thought they were going to have. And so I don't know if, and I want the secretary, we had asked that they go back in all the communities, identify these troubled areas. I'll use an example here. Right out of Vegas, all of a sudden now we have a Love's Truck Stop and we have a Maverick that we never had before. And so you have X amount of traffic that's coming off the interstate. I don't know if that intersection or that drop off was designed to handle the traffic it has now. So what I'm asking is, where are we with going in and reevaluating these areas and adding lights or adding signage or adding turning lanes or whatever needs to be done?
And Mr. Chair, oftentimes it is communications like that, whether it's from the local body or another concerned citizen that will, or just the crash data, right? That will lead us to doing, whether we do a roadside safety audit, we do some other type of study that would determine any changes in intersection configurations, added capacity signals, or other type of intersection improvements that would mitigate those concerns. But it is typically through local concerns or something being brought up to the districts, either through the district engineers or their staff, Mr. Chair. So also obviously our traffic safety bureau collects all the accident data, crash data, and identifies hotspots throughout the state where we focus our safety funding, HSIP funding, and other resources to address those areas and those hotspots.
Okay, fellow commissioners, I'll open that up to you.
Secretary, you may have just passed over, but regarding these intersections and the issues that come about, when you have a development, you might want to explain, when you have a development, the traffic permitting process, that should be addressed during that process.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Macro, that's a great point. Yeah, I mean, a lot of times, it is going to be the development that drives the improvements on our state roads, and it's going to be on the developer through that TIA process where we'll identify improvements that they'll need to get through in order to get the permit onto our road, the access permit onto our road. So that is correct. So oftentimes, in both cases with the Maverick and with the pilot, I think it's a pilot, I'm sure there was a TIA done that was submitted to the district for review and approval, and any improvements that needed to be made for their access points, they would have been on the hook to do. But again, that's another avenue for us to make improvements on our roadways as they are a result of local development. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner, for that question.
Commissioner Hicks.
Mr. Chair, I received some correspondence that Mr. Rick Baugh had received from the NMDOT with regard to basically the site of the Ruidoso Downs and concerns about what actually falls to him in responsibility with regard to the flooding and the actual crossing to get to the site. Right now, he's not able to get into the site at all. And so I'm just asking that at least we need to have a conversation so we can understand what's going on with that project. And I shouldn't call it a project, but issue.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, we can make that happen.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments, questions, fellow commissioners? Okay. With that, I'm going to do something a little different. Is there any questions from the audience for the secretary on anything? I'm going to put him on the spot. It's only his 5th meeting. You got a good crowd here.
Mr. Chair, as long as you're standing speak now or forever hold your peace.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So with that, thank you, Secretary. And with that, we're going to move on to our Deputy Secretary, Mo Mobed, on our change orders. Mo, and I'm going to tell you, if you have a joke, you better, this is a tough crowd, man.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. It's nice to see you, Representative. You have to tell these guys, this is the biggest support we had last session, so we had $1.5 billion allowed that to a bond, so that's really a boost for NMDOT, and we need to recognize our elected official that helped us pass that bill. Yeah, on the report in your package, we talk about the change orders, and we had 6 change orders last month to add time, and there were also 6 change orders for adding work to the projects. And our district engineer can explain if you have any detailed questions on it. And if you look at the program, we have over $1.4 billion worth of construction going on. So really taking care of $1.4 billion projects is a big task to take care of. And these projects are getting done with no major issues. And I want to give credit to our district engineers and also to our state construction engineer, Tisha Clark, and her shop that taking care of it. It's not it's not really a small task. This is a vast job and a lot of issues at every corner. And we're trying to finish the projects on time, accelerating them as fast as we can. And it really comes, it might not be as major as some of the other projects in other states, but this is a big task and is a perspective, really. You have to have your perspective has to be right. And reminds me of the 3 ranchers that property owners were talking in some conference in a bar, and one of them says, I'm from Iowa. My property is 200,000 acres, and it generates about $20 billion a year. The next guy says, I'm from Montana. My ranch is called Blue Sky, and it's 300,000 acres and generates $300 billion. The next guy sitting to him said, I'm from Texas. My property is 7 acres and it generates $800 billion. They go, 7 acres, 800, what is it called? Downtown Dallas. So perspective. So Any questions? Thank you.
I do have a question, Deputy Secretary.
You're not getting, hey, after that joke, you're not getting off that easy.
I know, it's
You shouldn't have said
story
the
of
joke,
my
man. I
life.
mean,
I was hoping Commissioner McElroy is not looking at everything, but I know him for a long time, so go ahead, Commissioner.
have you gotten any, or maybe the secretary can help answer this too, or maybe at the next commission meeting, kind of give us a little bit of an update on the contractors getting involved with the development of projects, kind of how that's going and what kind of feedback we're getting, or how much are we using it to kind of get their take on some of the things that we're doing on some of the more complicated projects. Hopefully that we're using them in that way. From their standpoint and also from our standpoint, our development standpoint.
Actually, I was so excited about talking about Texas, I forgot about that one, but I had it in my notes. We have started a milestone review by the contractor already, and we have had several already done. Actually, the North Region did a bunch of it, and project development engineer is leading them, and we're getting really good feedback. Actually, I talked to Manuel Maestas, our chief engineer, acting chief engineer. I don't know if he has more detail that you want, but we heard a lot of good things about it. And also I talked to ACNM. Actually, they're asking for more involvement, so they're really excited about it.
I don't know if in the next month or two, if you could maybe give us a report to the commission and kind of maybe go through that and maybe the projects that you use them on and what some of the things that they've brought up and to help us develop these projects, basically constructability-wise, a little bit better.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner McElroy, you're exactly right. I mean, that's why we're trying to give you all reports right now on the change orders. And hopefully with the milestone being underway for a while, you will see our change order should be going down. And we are not even going to have change order for adding time because during the design, we have resolved most of our issues. So we should not have problems with a delay because of the material or delay because of the, lack of planning on our part. So it's really been a good effort and we get a lot of good feedback. And I'd like to ask Mr. Maestas if he wants to add anything to it. You have anything you want to add? Okay. Well, we can add something to it next month for you, for sure. Thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, Commissioner McElroy, we'll include a presentation next month's agenda. So Manuel, we'll put you on the hot seat, brother.
Yeah, and then for information, secretary invited me to go to a conference next month in September because he can't attend it, and he says it's very appropriate because it's a conference on aging. What the heck does that mean? So thanks.
Any other questions, fellow commissioners? Thank you, Mo. Before I go on to Adam, you can go ahead and come up, Adam. It'll take real quick. Secretary, at our next meeting next month, I think is it gonna come up for action on for approval or recommendation of the road for the police officer and for our first responder?
Mr. Chair, yes, it is.
And the reason I bring that up is if anybody from Las Vegas, I know that the police chief and others had worked with him closely, and we like to invite him to give comment when it comes up for approval. So with that, that'll take place next meeting up in Albuquerque, and it's also going to be when we do the TPF. So with that. Adam, before you start, I just want to say thank you for what you do. It's easy being a commissioner here in District 4 because you're very responsive. Anytime that I call you or the public calls you, you're on it. And more importantly, I want to thank your staff, all the employees, because OT great. And along with all the applause and over again, thank you. And make us all look good. And another big thank you to them. And their staff, so we can give them a thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Chairman, Secretary, thank you for being here today. I also want to thank our elected officials, thank you for the kind words, Chairman. And it's also been a pleasure working with you. I think this is 3 years. This is the 4th commission meeting in Mora, and now we're in Vegas. But I thank you for your partnership. We work well together. You're very supportive of the district and the employees, and I do thank you. We talk weekly. We keep each other in the loop on everything, and I.
After those words about giving you a raise, okay?
Okay, that sounds like a plan. Before I get started, I'd like to introduce the District 4 employees. If I could have all the District 4 employees come up here and introduce yourself, if you could get in a line, single file line. It seems like all the employees want to sit in the back of the room.
Do we have a wireless mic? No. Yeah.
You guys want to come up? We invited a lot more employees, but right now it's our peak construction season. We have a lot going on in maintenance. We do have a lot of stuff going on, so we don't have as many employees as we would like to see, but we do have some employees here. Introduce yourself.
Jamie Alderetti, manager of Tucumcari.
David.
Good morning, Commissioner AJ Romero, Assistant District Engineer over Engineering Support.
AMS District 4.
Good morning, Chris Udiosta. I'm the Assistant District Engineer for Construction.
Morning, Rebecca Martinez, Administrative Assistant to the District Engineer Adam Romero.
Martinez, I'm in a new position, Management Analyst, Maintenance Support.
Monica with your local government road funds.
Good morning, John Herrera, NMDOT District 4, Local Government Road Fund.
Good morning, David Aaron Salas, D4IT.
Good morning, Gabriel Lucero, Assistant District Engineer in charge of our maintenance section.
Good morning, Fulgencio Saiz, District 4, Design Supervisor.
Good morning, Clyde Sanchez, AMS North.
Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Fernando Roybal, Purchasing.
Isaiah Archuleta, Design Team.
John Arguello, District 4 Maintenance Analyst.
Good morning, Andres Serban, and I'm the PM2 here at District 4.
Carlos Lucero, District Lab.
Encinas, College Undergrad Intern.
Good morning. Patrol Highway Maintenance Worker.
Good morning, Ted.
Jonathan Valdez, Des Moines Patrol.
Mike Felix, Des Moines Patrol.
Wes Sadores, District 4 Supervisor.
RJ Valdez, Supervisor.
George Marcus, Highway Maintenance Worker, Raton Patrol.
Raton Patrol. Raton Patrol.
Ben Martinez, Raton Patrol.
Thank you. Raton Patrol.
Let's give him a big hand.
So with that, let's get the presentation started. Thank you to our D4 employees for being here today, the ones that couldn't make it. Fiscal year 27, District 4 has a budget of close to $50 million. Currently, we have 315 full-time employees. We consist of the northeast corner of the state. We have our 7 counties that are listed up there, 20 municipalities, 4 legislative districts, and we're headquartered here in Las Vegas. Our district consists of 16 maintenance patrols, 5 projects offices, 4 special crews, 4 port of entry, 6 rest areas. We maintain 3,100 center lane miles, which is over like 6,300 or so lane miles. We have I-25 and I-40, and we have 4 U.S. highways, US 84, US 64, 87, US 56, and US 54. So even though we're rural, we do have some major highways and interstates that run through our district. I'm the district engineer, and Chairman Walter Adams is our commissioner. At this time, I'd like to introduce the District 4 executive staff. We have Mr. Gabriel Lucero. He's the assistant district engineer over the maintenance program. Mr. Chris Urioste, he's the assistant district engineer over the construction program. Mr. Arthur Romero, he's assistant district engineer over our engineering support program. Mr. Lawrence Martinez is the District 4 business manager. Rebecca Martinez is my executive assistant. And we also have our PIO, Mr. Travis Martinez. He doesn't like to put his picture. I asked him to put his picture up here and he didn't. But I'd like to have those 6 individuals stand up and give them a round of applause. These individuals, they're awesome. They really make my life easy. We're a good team. We work together. We meet all the time. And we're all on the same page. And I appreciate everything that these individuals do for District 4. I always kid with them and I tell them if it wasn't for them, I'd probably be transferred to the rehab lab in Santa Fe. But they keep me out of trouble and they keep me straight. So I appreciate everything they do. And as I get closer to retirement, I know the district will be in good shape in the future. So listed here are some of our district trainings. There's a lot of trainings that go on, but these are some of the major ones. We had flagging classes for our maintenance employees, the newer maintenance employees. We provide OSHA training, defensive driving, and this is over the last year. We were able to get 34 employees CDL certified. So when we get new employees, they come to us without CDLs, and we have a CDL program in-house. And to get 34 employees CDL certified is a really big accomplishment. We have some other trainings there, but like I said, these are just some of them. Now we'll go to legislative funding. House Bill 2 monies. This was 2026. We got $8.6 million. We got a project on I-40. We got Romesa, New Mexico 34, US 84. We had a project another project on New Mexico 63. So that was for fiscal year 26. Fiscal year 27, this year, we got additional funding. It says 18.5, but I think there was some other funding that brought it over 20 million total. And these are projects that we have scheduled for this year. So it was good to see that we got some additional funding this year compared to last year. 2026 was sort of a rough year when it came to funding. So there is an improvement. We do have some significant needs throughout the district. On New Mexico 419, we have 2 damaged bridges that we got to replace. We have a pavement rehab project on I-25 from Ro to Glorieta. I'm sure lots of you came through I-25 and we need a project in there. But the mowing does look nice from Vegas to Glorieta. I noticed that this weekend. Our maintenance guys have been working hard. We do have various projects on I-40. I know we have quite a few projects in design. I-40's, like everybody says, has been getting into bad shape. We're doing the best we can to keep it maintained, and we're throwing projects at it, but we're gonna have to come up with a plan in the future to maybe reconstruct all of I-40. We're gonna have to get with the legislature and get some sort of funding. Another project we have right now is Las Vegas Business Loop. It's Grand Avenue. It'll be phase 3. The Springer Business Loop, we want to get that reconstructed also. And also US 54 from Tucumcari to the state line. We need some projects in there also. Our construction operations under Mr. Chris Ulloste, we completed some projects last year on New Mexico 39 in Mr. Chatfield's area. We got a project completed last year. We got one on I-40, 2 on I-40. We had another project on 104, and we have a project on US 64. So those are some of the larger projects we completed last year. As you see, they had price tags of 20 and 30 million and 10 million. Currently, our ongoing construction projects, we have one project on I-40, another one on US 6487. We have I-20 projects just about complete. We have another project on I-25 north of Springer. And then we have New Mexico, and we have New Mexico 434. We have a large project in there also. So these are the projects. Construction folks aren't here today. They're overseeing those projects. We're in season right now, so those guys are staying very busy. The last few years in maintenance, we were always dealing with floods. Before that, it was with fires. This year, we've been dealing with a drought, so it's been nice. It sort of has calmed down. Try to get caught up. We've been behind for years due to the floods and fires. So this year, it's a lot calmer, and we're getting back to catching up on duties that had been left behind. But I'll knock on too much and we get flooded again. So our contract maintenance budget for fiscal year 26, this is a budget we get every year. It was 4.7 million. We do smaller projects, but we spread it out throughout the district. As you see, I mean, there's one project that's for $1 million, and all the rest are smaller projects. So we got a total, it looks like 12 projects. So that's pretty good for $4.7 million. Fiscal year 27, this year, we got an increase. So it's good to see an increase in there, and we got 6.8 million. And again, we're going to spread it out on these upcoming projects throughout the district. Maintenance accomplishments over fiscal year 26, we did $1.6 million worth of blade patching, pothole patching. We did another 1.1 million. Those are huge amounts. Contract litter pickup, 1.3 million. We've been picking up a lot of trash. It seems like we could go clean a route, and 2 weeks later it needs to be cleaned again. I don't know what we need to do to educate the public on this trash issue we have, and I know it's worse in the larger municipalities. Mowing, 1.4. This year we've done about one pass. Like I say, we're in a drought this year, so the weeds haven't been growing as quickly as they have in the past. We did about $1 million worth of equipment service, chip sealing, close to $2 million. Last year we did 1.5 million in snow and ice removal, and we had a mild winter, so that could easily be 5 million if we get a bad winter. And there's some other fence maintenance and some sign maintenance that we did. Like these are the larger accomplishments that we had last year. Now we'll go to engineering support. So our STIP program for 2026, we had 11 projects for 20.5 million. This fiscal year, 13 projects for 22.8, 9 projects for 38.6, and 2029 we have quite some will probably get moved, but we have a 4-year cycle of 214.9 million. anybody. Currently, we have quite a few projects in development. Some of the larger projects, we have the 2 bridge replacements that I talked about earlier on New Mexico 104 for $17 million. We have the I-25 US 84 interchange in Romeroville. It's another $26 million project. 434, that's the next phase of New Mexico. That's the final phase. It's a $30 million project. The Coyote Creek area. I-25, we have a game fence and pavement preservation up north, $22 million. And then we have 4 projects that we're developing currently on I-40, pavement preservation projects and spot recon. But those are huge projects, $30–40 million projects. We have one there for $75 million. So we have a lot of projects being developed. We just need to find the funding to take care of I-40. Now we'll go over our local, our LGRF program for fiscal year 26, $6.1 million. It was spread out between capital outlay, co-op, school bus routes, school districts, municipalities. Categories, and we spread them out. Our team of John TPF district got $16 million in district. There's some pictures of some projects that were completed in the past. There's an additional $42 million. So it's still going to be about 16. At District 4, we have a lot of employee engagement. We listed some. We do have a lot around. We have contests for Halloween, and we have luncheons for Christmas. And our equipment rodeo, it's next Wednesday and Thursday, I believe, the 22nd and 23rd of July. Is that correct? It's next Wednesday and Thursday. Everybody is invited. It's a big event. It's a family-oriented event, so our employees bring their. There's events for kids. There's a little bit of for everyone to do. We provide lunch 2 days. Tuesday's a full day of competition. Wednesday's a half day, and then in the afternoon we have an awards presentation. So everybody always looks forward to it. It's 2 days that are out of the norm, that we get to go outside and just interact with our employees and have a good time. Everybody has a role. The district, all the programs, employees from all the programs come together and they volunteer to make this a very successful event. So we look forward to that next week, and if you can make it, come on by. Okay, so now we're going to have some videos, and we want to introduce some awesome employees that we have at District 4. Our Employee of the Year this year is Mr. David Salas. He's an IT systems administrator. Mr. Salas does an awesome job for us. I know he does because he's usually in my office about once a week fixing my computer. I guess I'm an old guy, and I guess I mess up the computer, so he does a great job. He probably gets tired of me, but he does an awesome job. He provides support to the whole district. He's always there when we need him, and I think we're going to have a little video of him now. Click it.
My name is David Salas. I go by Aaron, IT system administrator. There's a lot to it here at the district. Certain days it's a password reset kind of day. Sometimes it's just troubleshooting the different softwares that these users use. It could be a network issue, a printer issue. There's so many things here. My day's not planned. It's kind of like anything goes as far as the issues that we come across. So it could be different every day. Sometimes we want to better the district, so we go above and beyond and try and upgrade the district as best as we can with the best technology out there, just to make the employees' job easier. It was pretty awesome. It made me feel like I was recognized for doing good. Sometimes people don't know what we do on the back end as far as, updates, stuff like that. A lot of people understand like the work that IT does. They appreciate us because I feel like we're the backbone to everything. And a lot of people understand the amount of work that we do. It makes you feel good. There's always people that bust their butt, and it feels good to be recognized. It pushes them to keep going, working harder and going above and beyond. I feel it's good. It's a good program. I prefer like hands-on, so most of the time I'll go to their office, I'll go hands-on with them and then submit the work order after. I'd rather do that because I've done that in the past. It's just easier. I could sit here and just remote in, but that's not me as an individual. I want to be able to see face-to-face when I'm actually helping them. Sometimes I'll be on the way somewhere and it's like, sure, let me finish here and I'll get back to you. Somebody else. So now you're all set up. It's kind of fun. It's always so every day's different. A new challenge comes along the way and you manage it. You want to be able to do it. When you actually, people may think it's just IT, but we're more than just IT. Cool.
You know, when they have 4 computers in front of them, I had a hard time with one.
Hopefully he's doing 4 times the work. We'll see, 4 computers. Congratulations, David. And we'll get some pictures after the presentation or a little later. Next, I'd like to introduce our Supervisor of the Year, and that's Mr. David Nava. He's the Tucumcari Maintenance Supervisor. And Mr. Nava, he's a young man. He became a supervisor, and I think he's one of the youngest guys to become a supervisor. He had, I don't know, probably less than 5 years. He's very ambitious. He has I-40. He's responsible for that stretch of I-40 in the Tucumcari area. It's a busy stretch. They're always doing maintenance. The potholes are always popping up. He has a lot of responsibility. He's been doing a great job for us in that area. He has a bright future ahead of him. And with that, I'd like to show his video.
I'm with DOT 7 years. I'm here in Tucumcari Patrol just because this is where I live, this is where I've grown up. I've lived here most of my life, and I like it here. I like the community, I like the DOT, I like my job. I show up to work every day and I try to get issues taken care of. There's an issue done as quickly as possible and as safely as possible. It definitely surprised me. I felt proud that someone thought I deserved to get that honor. I mean, it was really nice. If we have any issues, we'll handle them one-on-one usually, and usually we never have any major issues because everybody, if they need any extra guidance, or I'm always here. It's a great, it just pushes me to continue to.
Congrats, Davi. Now I'd like to introduce our Team of the Year, which is the Raton Maintenance Patrol. Their supervisor is Mr. RJ Valdez. RJ provides really good guidance to this crew. It's a veteran crew. I think RJ's been the supervisor for about a year or two. And these guys do a great job. This is a tough area, especially during winter. They got that Raton pass, and anytime a cloud comes by during winter, we're going to get some snow dumped on that pass. So these guys are very responsive. They keep that pass clean during winter. They also have US 6487. Like I say, it's a rural area, but we do have a lot of traffic up there. These guys have a lot of responsibility, and they take their jobs very serious.
These guys they're very good workers. I have a pretty good crew right now. Anything I need done, they get it done for me. They know a lot of equipment. I tell them what they need to do. A lot of the guys know what they need for the job and get it done. We do the guardrail, we do fencing, potholes, blade patching. We help out the city, they help us. Yeah, I have a lot of trust in the guys too. Like you said, I can split the groups up. We could be here, they could be patching. You know, they're very good. They're a very good crew. We got crew of the month in December and crew of the year this year, and we haven't got that in a long time. So I got a good crew going on, and I can trust the jobs I send them out to do. And every so often, maybe a couple times a month, we'll come out here and try to clean up all the trash, make sure everything's straightened up. Like we did a lot of work back there. It was a mess, and we got it all in order to put all the towel spar. We cleaned up all this area. Like we try to keep everything clean now, so we know where everything is. And pride, we want it all to look nice here. I think it's very important so the employees know they're appreciated. They notice the job that's getting done, and they're appreciated for all the work they're doing. Oh, it pushes us big time. They all want it again, and they're doing a lot of hard work and getting the job done. It's a big honor. Like it brought up the crew a lot. They're super happy they got it, and then they're happy, you know, they get vest and a day off, and it brought up the morale for sure.
We have one more crew to recognize, and that's the Patrol of the Year. It's the Naravaisa Maintenance Patrol. We compared all the patrols throughout the district, and these guys selected as the top patrol for the last year. Their supervisor is Mr. Patrick Gutierrez, and he has a veteran crew. Patrick's been around for a while too. This is a veteran crew, so I'm not surprised.
I can't believe it. Then I told my employees there, and they couldn't believe it. I give them all the credit.
Why do you give them the credit?
Because they're very dedicated. They come to work and they give it 100%. They got the heart and drive to work for NMDOT. Throughout the week, we have certain tasks that we got to manage. Basically, everything's for the traveling public, the safety. As far as signs, potholes, fencing, delineator, reshaping roads. I mean, it's nonstop. I like this patrol. This is where I was born and raised. And I take this to the heart right here where I work, and these guys right here, they make it all. The city manager actually appreciated all of us and invited us to the Adamville over here because of all the hard work we do on 540, New Mexico 540, which is this road, as far as for the holidays. We always clean it up, we always mow it for each and every holiday, and they appreciate that. Like I said before, I mean, they got the heart and drive. They got the dedication. They come to work happy. They like to do their jobs. I mean, each and every one of them have certain skills that they're better at than the others. So you just work together. We watch each other's back. It's all about safety.
On behalf of the commission, we want to commend all the crews and say thank you. And our guys don't do it for the recognition. They just go out each and every day and they do it. And what I love about our employees is that you have to have a passion for what you do in this line of work. And they do, and they care. And so anytime they're asked to do anything, they don't sit there and say, oh, it's not in my job description. I'm not supposed to do that. They do whatever they need to do to get stuff done. So on behalf of this commission, thank you for a job well done today, tomorrow, and each and every day that you're here. Thank you.
And thank you. If there's any time.
Any questions from fellow commissioners? Commissioner.
Not so much a question, but a comment. Those I-40 projects that you're developing right now, from Tucumcari, that you've had a number of complaints. You've got some issues out there with the concrete underneath that asphalt. I think is causing the biggest problem. Projects, but I'd like, and I don't know if you guys have done this, but if you can have contractors that are involved with that have done work for you guys in the past on I-40 in the development, get there at the milestone, you know, when you have plan reviews and things of that nature on some of those projects, get their input. Those recon areas, so those areas hold up a little bit better. Mo developing that I don't know if it's a policy or kind of a little manual. There's certain things that we're doing there that makes more sense from a contractor standpoint and can provide us with a little guidance. I guess that's what I know the projects you're developing aren't necessarily a long-range fix, but if we can get a little bit more out of the short range, I know you get the complaints out there. So I have a pretty good idea what's happening out there, and it's not surprising. Maybe we can get some input from them to help us develop those projects a little bit better, to address those issues. Because really, I've always thought that for ideas and provide a lot of input. The more I think we can use them in this program, the better. That's my comment.
Commissioner McElroy, and the suggestion that I've made before to bring in our geology department, and they need to do some drilling down there, because what's happened is the subgrade has collapsed. They had concrete there forever, and everything below that with the moisture and everything, it's collapsed. So I think we need to get do some drilling, get some samples, and go from there. And we're going to be having a meeting with Senator Woods on some of these issues. And the idea that you brought up goes hand in hand with trying to find out what's on that subgrade, because it's failing. And all we're doing is putting a Band-Aid, and it's a waste of money. We're going out there and we're doing the best we can to patch it. And with the money that we have, we're doing an overlay. I-40 is a whole different animal from I-25. We're talking tons and tons of semis. I just was on a trip not too long ago, and I came on I-40. I mean, in some areas, the semis are lined up right behind each other. And I'm sure some of them are overloaded. And so that causes distress. And we're going and putting asphalt over distressed areas that the subgrade is going to fail. And it's not long before it collapses again. So I think if you can take that suggestion from Commissioner McElroy and maybe get some geologists to get out here and do some coring, some drilling, and find out what's under there.
Chairman, Commissioners, yes, I agree. I-40, we've been doing these rehabs with spot recons because that's all we could afford. We need to get some sort of funding source to reconstruct. We need to open that whole road up and start from the bottom up. It's going to be costly, but we need to approach it differently. It's like you said, the semis, 24 hours a day, I-40 does not stop. And at night, during the day, anytime you go out there, there's semis everywhere. And like you say, they're coming probably loaded heavy, a lot of wide, oversized loads. It never stops. Our guys, it's even dangerous to have our guys out there patching all the time because there's a lot of drivers that don't pay attention. So whatever we could do any help we can get from the legislature for future reconstruction projects would really go far.
Yeah, because that's going to need total restructure.
Yes.
And once we go in there and fix it once and for all. And so thank you. Yes. Any other questions from fellow Commissioner Taylor?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Adam, I have a question. I have an opportunity to drive I-25 from Albuquerque to Denver, once or twice a year. And the traffic pattern is very interesting there, how it's, wall to wall to Santa Fe. Then it's moderate traffic to Las Vegas, and then there's like nobody, very few cars, and then you hit Raton Pass, and it's wall-to-wall traffic going both ways. Is it like that all the time?
Pretty much. And the reason you have so much on Raton Pass is because you have all the traffic coming from US 6487 out of Texas from the Clayton side. So a lot of that traffic heads up to Colorado. So much better shape than I-40 because, Yeah, that's a normal pattern.
And Commissioner.
Chair, I was just going to say, I have actually participated in some of the pre-design conferences that include the contractors when they're brainstorming. And so it's been very effective, and I appreciate you incorporating that method.
Thank you. Any other comments? With that, we thank you and continue to do a great job, and we appreciate what you do. We appreciate your employees. A lot of these employees that I see now in District 4, I don't even recognize them anymore. We got a whole new batch. And you know you've been here a long time when they come up to you and say, you meet them for the first time and they say, my grandpa said to say hi, he worked with you. And I'm like, oh, who was your grandpa? So it's refreshing to see that we continue to get generation after generation of DOT employees and that they continue to be here. So with that, thank you, Adam. Thank your staff. Thank your employees, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. And our employees are available to take pictures whenever you guys are available.
Yeah, we'll give it. They're not in a hurry. There's plenty of burritos back there.
There's plenty of burritos to go around for lunchtime also.
With that, thank you, and we're gonna go ahead and go on to Mallory. Let's see if your joke is better than Mo's.
Okay.
Or did you get with Commissioner Taylor?
I wasn't able to talk to Commissioner Taylor this morning, so I don't know what his joke for me is. But my joke is, what do cowboys put on their salad? Ranch.
That one was too easy.
But you didn't get it.
He's the only one that got it, but he was over there trying to figure out with his calculator.
Alrighty, I'm here to discuss our financial position as of June 30th. All right, so this page goes over our state road fund balance. Just to let you know, as of June 30th, we still have 3 months of revenue to collect, okay? So we're not done with, even though the fiscal year has finished, we have not collected all the revenue until August for FY26. So if you look on column F, line number 14, in revenues for state road fund, we have $916.1 million. Column F, line number 23, we spent about $1 billion of that revenue so far. I do not foresee that we will not collect the revenue that we're expected to receive in FY26. More to the point that we're actually seeing higher revenue than what we projected, which is a good thing for the department for state road fund. Okay, on the next page. All right, this goes over our restricted fund revenue, column F, line number 23. We received $134.9 million in restricted fund revenue, and we spent $154.6 million of that revenue. On to the next page. This is our cash position. This shows where we were at in June of 2025 versus June of 2026. The first one is state road fund. So you'll see we had $423.1 million in cash in 2025. At the end of June 2026, we have $405.9 million. So that is about a $17.2 million decrease. That can mean many things. It can mean, one, that we spent more money this time than what we did in 2025, or two, that we haven't received all the revenue yet. So still, I'm not concerned at this point. Overall, the department, from comparing 2025 versus 2026, there's about a $45.5 million shortfall. And that primarily is due to the State Infrastructure Fund. We gave out the loan to the village of Los Lunas in the tune of $14 million that you guys approved. So we processed that cash out to them in May, okay? And then the last one is our fund balance. This shows us where we project to end FY26. So the first one is the state road fund. This shows that we project to end FY26 with $32 million of fund balance. That is unencumbered and uncommitted. So that's when we come to you all to ask for bar increases. This is subject to grow because as we ended FY26, we did not spend all our money. So normally we see about a $60 to $70 million growth to that number once the audit is complete. Alrighty, so with that, Mr. Chair, everything looks good as it shows on June 30th, and I stand for any questions.
And I only have the one question I ask you. Are you happy with where we're at right now?
I am very happy, yes.
Okay, so everything is good. And fellow commissioners, any questions?
One
Commissioner
question.
McElroy.
Could you kind of explain to us the restricted funds? What does it mean by restricted?
Okay, so the restricted funds you'll see on this page, you have NHTSA, FTA, HIF, Aviation. Those funds have their own funding sources and they can only be used for those purposes. So the Aviation Fund, they receive taxes from jet fuel tax, interest, and there's like 4 different funding sources, but they can only use their funding for aviation purposes. The same thing for NHTSA and so on and so forth. So we cannot use it for anything else.
Any other questions? And before you go, Mallory, we haven't seen an impact yet, or do you anticipate seeing an impact on fuel?
We have not. We've seen a slight impact, but not a significant one. Now that Senate Bill 2 was passed, so before Senate Bill 2, our highest 4 revenues were special fuels, gasoline, weight, distance, and vehicle registration. Those were the top 4 revenue for the department. After Senate Bill 2, gasoline tax went down to number 4, and weight distance went up to number 1. So it's not necessarily an impact because we got more money from weight distance because of the increase, but no, not to an extent that we should have concern.
It was like a wash, like a balance.
Right.
Okay.
Yes. And you'll see that during our FY28 request, we'll go over the revenue sources then, and you'll be happy with what you see.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have our good and gracious Mark Lovato, our bonds.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
Commissioners, Mr. Secretary. Going on to the next page. At the top of that page, these are your debt service funds. We're currently holding $929,000 that will go into the next fiscal year towards your debt service. $98.4 million did go out on June 15th. That $22 million on your 22 bond series, that was the final payment. That fully matured, that goes away. In the second chart, these are your project funds. You currently have $366.4 million. This includes your new bond series, the 2026. That brought in $219.3 million towards projects. The bottom of the page, this is your BNSF escrow. There was a commitment fee payment made of $27,000. In total for the line of credit to have it in place, and this has been since 2013, is about $1.2 million. On the next page, these are your fiscal year numbers. At the top of that page, these again are your debt service funds. We started the fiscal year with about $3.3 million. We received in from the department your debt service set-aside payments totaling $106.5. There was about $2 million earned in interest. Debt service going out for the fiscal year was about $111 million. The second block, these are your project funds. At the beginning of the fiscal year, you actually only had 2 bond series. That was the 14 and the 21. That 2014 bond series, there was no draws. That $7.7 million that went out, that went to the road fund. And that closed out that bond series. Draws on the 21 bond series totaled 38.7. There was $6.6 million of interest earnings, and we're currently holding $147 million. And again, there's your $219.3 for the 26. At the bottom of the page, that's the line of credit. Total commitment fees paid for the fiscal year was $111,000. There was a small amount of interest earnings of $33,000. On the next page, This is your new chart with your new outstanding debt. This now includes your 26A bond series. You currently have outstanding debt of $607 million. Fiscal year 2027, that's going to be your largest debt service payment fiscal year. And that totals about $131.8 million. And then going forward for the next few years, it'll be about $122 million and then drops down to around 22. That does not include any of your future bond series though. Right? Any questions?
Same question I always ask you too is, are you happy with the way the bonds are going with the market? Everything's good?
Actually, you guys did extremely well on your 26 bond series. We were well oversubscribed, bringing down some of those yields for their final. It was a great bond sale.
Thank you. Any other questions? With that, we thank you, Mark. If you will indulge with me, we're going to take a 3-minute break, 3 minutes to stand and they got to get the internet back on track. But don't go anywhere because we're going to go quick. And Adam, now is the time to bring up your guys. We'll take the pictures real quick, okay?
Test, test. Okay.
Somebody went to the restroom? Yeah. You can take it without them.
Test, 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 test. Excuse me?
If you'll take a seat, we're going to resume the agenda. Shannon, how are you? Welcome.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to see you today.
It's always good to see you.
Yeah. A joke? I got jokes. You ready?
You're ready.
All right. Will you entertain my jokes? Would you like to hear a couple jokes? All right.
Yeah.
But I need your help and your response. So what do you call a cow with 3 legs? Tri-tip. What do you call a cow with 2 legs? Lean beef. What do you call a cow with 1 leg? You want it? Steak.
Out of luck.
What do you call a cow with no legs? Ground beef. You got that one. I might have said this before. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Thanks for entertaining me. My name is Shannon Glendinning. I am the Traffic Safety Division Director. I am bringing you something outside of the traffic safety world. I'm here to talk about our Rio Grande Trail in New Mexico and the Rio Grande Trail Commission. This is something I've been working on since I started at the department in 2017, and it was hard to let go, so that's why I'm here to talk about it today. Let's see. All right, today I will share a little bit of background for those of you not familiar, since it's not in every single person's district, the trail vision and planning principles, what the application process looks like, and then I'll talk about why I'm here today to talk to you. All right, so for background, the Rio Grande Trail is New Mexico's cross-state recreational trail for hiking, biking, and horseback riding along the Rio Grande. The goal is to have a corridor that spans approximately 500 miles from the north part of the state all the way down to the south. The current planning strategy for the trail includes 85 miles of DOT right-of-way. It goes through 3 national wildlife refuges, 6 national monuments, 1 national historic area, and 6 state parks, 10 counties, and 22 cities and towns. There's a lot of moving parts and people trying to achieve this goal of a major trail through the state of New Mexico. Just for your background, I provided a timeline of where this all came from and all the work folks have been involved in. It started in 2005 between MNERD, which is the State Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department, and the Middle Rio Grande Conservation District to figure out how to develop trail along the Rio Grande between Belen and Sunland Park. There was a creation of a coordinating committee in 2007. From 2007 to 2009, there was initial studies and plans and coordinations with stakeholders along the corridor. And then in 2015, championed by State Senator Steinborn, the trail was authorized and a commission was established in state legislation in House Bill 563. I'll talk about the makeup of the commission in the next slide. 2017, 2018, there was the development of a Rio Grande Trail Master Plan, and NMDOT planning was involved in the development of this. That's about the timeline I started, and we actually supported the development of the Rio Grande Trail Master Plan with Recreational Trails Program funds that we administer as a department. We gave $500,000 to state parks to help develop this plan, and we were involved in the committees and the task groups and all the stakeholder meetings. NMDOT was really involved. 2018, the plan was released, and since then, there's been commission meetings, the commission meetings continued, as well as development and designation of trail segments along the corridor. All right, the project partners. So I listed all of those municipalities and cities and counties and land ownership partners, so that's a big list of partners that we engage with. The commission membership is set in statute and includes the Economic Department, Indian Affairs Department, Transportation Department, and I currently serve as the commissioner representing the NMDOT for the Rio Grande Trail. Tourism Department, trail management organizations, right now it's the Continental Divide Coalition, And it also includes state parks, a representative from river ecology, bird ecology, and 2 public members. Other folks who participate, depending on which section of trail is being discussed at the time, includes the Bureau of Land Management, Fish and Wildlife Service, Forest Service, Park Service. The whole list is there in front of you, depending who owns and maintains those trails. Throughout the development of the project, the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department, that's where the commission lives and the project lives per state statute. And so they champion the project as well as provide support for the commission. At the time of the establishment of the commission and the trail project, the Outdoor Recreation Division at the Economic Development Department didn't exist. I think there's been discussions over time of moving the responsibilities over to Outdoor Recreation Division, but currently it's still at MNERD. And they work with contractors, including Plan Collaborative, to support the Rio Grande Trail Commission. All right. In the master plan, we developed planning principles that were based from House Bill 563. It's a totally voluntary process. Anyone can volunteer their trails that already exist to be part of the corridor and designated. The goal is to also minimize environmental impact, preserve sensitive habitat, and prioritize non-motorized use. So this is purely non-motorized: bicycles, pedestrians, horseback, maybe some boats if there's water in the river. Throughout the master planning process, we also discussed the development of trail conditions and what that looks like based on the context of the trail. So some areas in Albuquerque, it's an urban trail that people access for their nightly walks. Other places, it's definitely way more rural, and the trail design context dictates what that looks like. Also within there and relevant to our discussions and the information today is development of trail signage standards and guidelines. And also this is place and context specific. So in BLM land with only access, with no motorized, no roads anywhere near it, what the signs look like for that context, as well as along a road, including a state highway. And it gives consideration for our requirements for MUTCD and the clear zone and what that can look like. So over the past several years, 9 years, 10 years, the planning identifies 529.5 miles for the existing corridor for what that could look like. We've designated 130.5 miles of trail, and that's identified. We can use the placard. It's used to publicize. These aren't necessarily contiguous segments, it's just as they're available, it's built out. There's 33.1 miles of undesignated trail, so that's trail that exists already, that's been built, but it just hasn't been identified as part of the Rio Grande Trail by that land management agency or trail management. And right now, there's proposed trail mileage of about 365 miles. That's trail that does not exist yet. So this is a long-term planning process and network development. So what brings me here today is how NMDOT facilities interact with the trail development and designation. The process that we've developed, or MNERD's developed over the last couple of years, is having the Plan Collaborative and Outdoor Recreation Division identify trail segments along that corridor that are appropriate and meet the goals of the Rio Grande Trail. It includes community and agency engagement, which is part of this. This is that section right in here. And identifying the alignment within that corridor of what makes sense for the trail. They supported development of an application. It's more like a sort of form how does the trail meet the goals of the Rio Grande Trail, what users it includes, what does maintenance look like, whose responsibility is that. And so the idea is to present this to the Rio Grande Trail Commission for review and recommendation for inclusion in the Rio Grande Trail. And then thanks to the State Trails Act, which is a pretty cumbersome and intricate bill for state trails, the MNRD secretary officially designates the trail segment as part of the state trail system. So, as part of the corridor planning, and I don't have the entire state's maps available at this time, I apologize, but there are 2 segments that are owned and maintained by NMDOT that will help advance the goals of the Rio Grande Trail. And its major benefit is wayfinding. These are existing trail segments that are roadway facilities that already exist. So what we're looking at is letters of support from the department to go into that designation process to have the Secretary of MNRD ultimately include these segments as part of the state trails network. Like I said, there's already, the segments I'll talk about in a second on the next slides are already identified in the New Mexico Bike Plan that was adopted in 2018, and that identifies facilities that are appropriate for investment in bicycle infrastructure based on the users and the, how it connects to communities as well as recreation, so for transportation as well as recreation. And right now the department is developing the state active transportation plan, and it's consistent with that plan. That's the development of it. And the goal is to have letters of support from the department for the September commission meeting for the Rio Grande Trail Commission, different commission. All right. The 2 segments that I want to share with you today is a segment on New Mexico 333. It's a bike route from outside of Albuquerque to Tijeras for 7.6 miles. It's currently owned by us, owned and maintained. The goal for this segment is bicycle riders. So part of the planning is we want to accommodate through hikers or bikers or horseback riders along the entire corridor, but not every trail segment is going to meet the needs of every trail user at the same time. So we're not going to have horseback riders being told this is the route for you. That'll be different planning initiatives, maybe a parallel route along the corridor. So this segment is aligned along the Tier 1 facility and the NM Bike Plan. And this is, and they both reference each other, we made sure of that. And there's a lot of users along this corridor, and I think the timing is really great to celebrate Route 66 Centennial as this goes along US Route 66. The other segment I wanted to share with you is along New Mexico 14. It's a multi-use trail from Tijeras to San Antonio. This is 5.7 miles of existing trail, and the users we'd identified to utilize this is hikers, bikers, and equestrians along this shared multi-use path. Also consistent with the NM Bike Plan and the forthcoming active transportation plan. And a lot of stakeholders are using this trail. It's a great investment by the department. But what I bring to you is, in closing, an exciting opportunity to support statewide trail network, celebrate the existing DOT investment, because that's we're not looking for additional investments or changes, and then continued support for active transportation in New Mexico. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Well, on behalf of the commission, we want to thank you for a very formal presentation. It was very informational. And thank you for your participation and being on that commission and representing DOT. And is there any other questions from fellow commissioners?
I have one question.
Yes.
Can you tell me, thank you for your presentation also, can you tell me where that starts? Is it New Mexico 333? Is it right as you enter Tijeras Canyon? That first 7.6 miles, do you know where it actually starts in Albuquerque?
I can't off the top of my head, but I can get the maps.
Okay, all right, thank you.
We have an interactive map available online, and that's probably easier.
Any other questions? Well, with that, we thank you, and we want to let you know that you're welcome at our meetings anytime, and we always appreciate you coming and having you here.
Cool. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Great job. With that, we're going to move on to proposed placement of signs on Interstate 40 at milepost 311 in Coy County in honor of New Mexico State Police Officer Justin Hare.
Chairman, Commissioners, today I'm here on behalf of the New Mexico State Police and on behalf of New Mexico State Police Officer Justin Hare. I'm here concerning the placement of memorial signs on I-40, milepost 311, near Tucumcari, in honor of New Mexico State Police Officer Justin Hare. Some background on Justin Hare. Justin Hare was born on January 31st, 1989. He was a New Mexico State Police officer. On March 15th, 2024, he tragically lost his life in the line of duty while helping a stranded motorist on I-40 near Tucumcari. Officer Hare was a devoted life partner, father, son, and brother. He was highly respected by his colleagues and appreciated by the community he served. His loss continues to be felt profoundly by all who knew him. If the Commission grants approval to proceed with the placement of the proposed memorial signs on I-40 in each direction near Tucumcari, to officially honor and recognize Officer Hare and memorialize the sacrifice he made while serving and protecting the residents of Coy County and the state of New Mexico. A request will be formally presented to the Commission at a future meeting. No action is required at this time. Any questions?
Just a quick question, and as all requests, they have gone through the proper process?
Yes.
Okay.
Chairman, yes, they have gone through through the district and through Stephanie Niemitz.
Stephanie DeMette. Okay. Any other questions from fellow commissioners? So when are you bringing this up for possible action?
It's possible we'll have it next month.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're going on to Brad Julian, Automated Speed Enforcement Policy. Now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty, Mayor.
Good morning, Chairman, Commission members, and Secretary Quintana. As you said, my name is Brad Julian. I'm the State Traffic Engineer for New Mexico DOT, and I'm going to update the efforts that we've been undertaking to come up with policy for placement of automated speed cameras on DOT highways by local governments. So I'll start with a little bit of background. New Mexico DOT does not have statutory authority to place speed cameras on our facilities, but local governments, through their ordinance process, have been able to place cameras not only on their facilities, but they've also requested and been approved to place cameras on the DOT roads as well. The requests so far have kind of been just addressed one by one, and they seem to be picking up in volume. And so seems like a good idea to put together a policy to handle them in a more formal fashion. Placement of speed enforcement cameras is addressed by Commission Policy CP70. There's two sections of that policy. The first one is basically just gives the Commission the authority to restrict or completely deny placement of cameras or red light or speed enforcement cameras on a DOT facility. The second section gives the Secretary of the DOT the authority to formulate directives and procedures to implement a policy. That's the effort we're going through right now. The first step that was taken for the policy was to do a survey of practice for all 50 states using the AASHTO Committee on Traffic Engineering Forum. We received 27 responses, and that information, along with in-house expertise, has led us to where we are right now. The goal of the policy is to use a data-driven approach, and I'm going to touch on that a little bit later, but also make the process transparent and also have some accountability and to document effectiveness of the cameras. So the application or policy is going to contain the standard information that you would expect, such as the route number, milepost, posted speed limits, and probably even some additional information such as traffic volume, crash data, things like that. We'll also be asking for existing speed data and requiring that the existing speed data shows that the 85th percentile speed is at least 5 miles per hour over the posted speed. And that can be obtained either from a speed study done by a licensed engineer or using technology such as SpeedPro data. Another very important point of the policy is that we want to make sure that this policy focuses on safety, and NMDOT has sort of a new tool in that regard. We can now look at every segment of highway in the state and determine how it's operating in terms of safety. We call it a level of service of safety. It's very similar to the way we assess segments for mobility. And the requirement for the policy is going to be that the segment that's being requested must be a level of service of safety of 3 or 4. This signifies that it's a safety compared to similar segments with like same number of lanes, same number of volume, functional classification. And it also indicates that there's a high probability that safety will improve with the implementation of the speed camera. And that information can be obtained through the use of software, or we can provide that through the traffic technical support section. And then this is just kind of an example of some of the capability, how a segment can be identified, and there's a whole boatload of safety information associated with that segment. Another requirement will be that there is a high occurrence of speed-related crashes. 25% or more of the crashes on the segment will need to be classified as excessive speed or speed too fast for condition. This information comes from the uniform crash reports that are completed by law enforcement for any crash, I believe, that has more than $500 of property damage. And then last, there will be a requirement that a before and after study is done after 1 year to take a look at how effective the cameras have been in reducing crashes. Since there's a little bit of lag in NMDOT being able to provide that crash data will have to be obtained from the local law enforcement agencies. And that's it.
Just a couple of questions. When or how quick are you going to present this for approval?
Mr. Chair, the policy can be presented next month for approval.
And I have another question. Anytime that we approve any roads for cameras, and if they have been funded with FHWA money, we have to get prior approval from them?
I'm not sure about that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, because in the past, we've had to go and ask them if it's okay. So can you check into that and see if the roads, especially that interstates or that has federal funds, if we don't have to get an okay from them? Because sometimes they have guidelines.
Just so I'm clear, the request is to determine if a camera is placed using federal funds or if it's on a federal funded, like a federal aid highway,
Federal project.
federally funded project. Okay.
And as far as I understand this, with the camera, there's 3 areas we have approved cameras, and we've gotten a lot of requests. And the 3 areas that we have approved them is the city of Albuquerque, Bernalillo County, and we just approved now Rio Rancho for 4 portable cameras. And we made it clear that they designate the areas where to move those portable cameras and they not be used anywhere else. So they can't be rolling them down the road wherever they want. And as far as I know, with all the cameras that we have approved so far, nothing, there's no return for DOT. The money is split up however they do it between the city or the county and whoever's operating the speed camera, whoever's the company that they collect, correct?
Mr. Chair, yes, that is my understanding as well.
Mr. Chair, we have an individual in the back that looks like he has some information to offer.
Yes, Francisco.
Chairman, Commissioner Hicks, I apologize, I missed the question. I was already thinking about the next presentation we're about to get. So what was the question, Commissioner Hicks?
Well, yeah, go ahead, Commissioner. Yeah, as far as we are not getting any proceeds from any of the cameras.
No, the state statute is pretty clear. And then with our presentation, the village will discuss what the state statute means and where the revenue is going, how it's split between the state and the municipality. So we'll touch a little bit of that in our presentation.
Okay. Commissioner Chenoweth.
Thank you, Chairman Adams. Mr. Julian, I know in Albuquerque where we had our first, say, test case, one of the issues that was brought up is the ability to do community service in order to pay off the fines. I don't know if it needs to be incorporated into the application process to make that explicit, or whether that's something that is left up to each community, but I do appreciate having that opportunity for citizens that may not be able to pay it upfront to have the community service aspect. And then the second question that I have is, once we approve this, say we approve this at the next meeting, if it's somehow different from the previous applications that we have already approved, is there an opportunity to, are we going to go back and change the agreements that we already have, or do those agreements get grandfathered in? How has anybody?
From what I would understand, they would get grandfathered in because
Okay.
there was no policy in place when they were approved.
Okay.
And it was only commission approval. So I don't think we would have to address those ones anymore. We would just have to address the ones from
Going forward.
the policy forward.
Thank you.
Secretary.
One thing about, we may still want those speed cams that the commission's approved to do the before and after, right? Just to make sure that they are being effective in their placement. But that's just a suggestion. I don't know. I think that'd be okay to do. But that'd be the where we would incorporate this new policy into those old permitted applications, right?
Well, we can always amend the agreement.
I agree with that. I think we should ask those communities, and I think they'd be willing to. I believe Bernalillo County, Elias, I think, kind of did some of that already last year with the ones that they had placed, and I thought that was good.
And I was going to concur, Chairman Adams, we can amend those agreements. We can work with the different municipalities and the counties.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? With that, we thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't know, but
Representative, if you can look at maybe something in the legislature that maybe some of those revenues can come back to DOT on the cameras if they're approved and they meet the criteria. I don't know how that would work out, but just a suggestion, or at least something to look into. Appreciate it. Okay, Francisco.
Chairman and Commissioners, so we had a great discussion on a potential policy. We'll be presenting today on, as an informational item, a proposal to install the automatic speed enforcement cameras in the village of Ruidoso. A little background information, the priority locations were identified by the village, US 70, milepost 260, Sudeth Drive, New Mexico 48 at milepost 0.56, and Meacham Drive, also New Mexico 48 at milepost 6.61. Within your packet, you'll see a PowerPoint presentation, crash data from the AstroWare safety that Brad Julian was speaking about, an internal application that District 2 uses where we vet these speed cameras through our internal process. So of course, we'll adapt the new policy. To present on the behalf of the village, we have Deputy Chief Jason Giannopoulos. For additional information, any other questions, we also have Mayor Lynn Crawford and Chief of Police Stephen Minner. So Jason will.
If you want to come up and as we go through the presentation, let me just ask you this, Francisco. You just saw the recommendations for the policy that's being put together, and I haven't seen the presentation. But do you meet a lot of that criteria?
Yes, Chairman and Commissioner. Some of the criteria has been met by the village. There are still a few items that maybe need to be addressed to meet that policy.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know where the lemons came from. Not all of our police officers are bald.
Hey,
that's not a joke. It's just a statement.
Mr. Mayor,
with a face like those and yours, who needs hair?
Hey, Mr. Mayor, not all chairmans are bald either.
I submit. Just a little background. We've gone through this. We have our police force is the fullest it's been in years, but they can't be everywhere. And so with 70 and 48 going through our community, we have a lot of traffic that comes in. A lot of the locals and our frequent flyers are part-timers that come in all the time. They know the side streets. So we have already deployed a couple of these cameras on our residential street. And, and it's right now it's in the warning stage. And the numbers are really staggering when you look at them and see the percentage of people that are speeding. Not just a little bit, but a lot. And I was just informed a few minutes ago right here that I was caught speeding on one of those cameras. So no one's immune. So it's one of those things that we all have to be better aware of, especially with all the animals that we have, the wild animals across the roads. So these are not facial awareness cameras. They're none of those type of things. This last Tuesday, we had a council meeting where we had a big concern about are we working with immigration? Are we trying to do any of those things? That's not what this is about. This is the information's grabbed on the license plate, goes to the owner of the vehicle. It's a small fee, and Giannopoulos here will go over state statute and the fees, where those fees are directed to. But just right now with the warnings and notifications and the signage that we've put up, and we've been doing this for a long time to try to get people to slow down. And it comes to a point when we have pedestrians that are hit weekly. We have animals that have been run over, horses, elk, deer that we're having to put down and dispose of, which is a whole nother issue that we're dealing with. But when families call me out to areas of the community to stand by the road and see the people that are speeding up and down that road and just trying to get across the crosswalks on 48, going up the hill, and you'll see some statistics here in a minute, that we just can't get enough police officers to sit there all the time. And we just need to get our people to slow down. That's all it's about. It's about safety. Health, safety, welfare is what the mayor and the council is charged with. This is another tool in the toolbox. It's really not about generating revenue. That's not what it's about. It's a $100 ticket, which they'll talk about how that's distributed to the municipality and back to the state. So we're here for any questions. And so now then, this is my chief right here, Steve Minner. Come on up, Chief. And Jason Giannopoulos.
Good morning, Chair, Commission. Thank you for having us and thank you for getting us on the agenda today. Again, like the mayor said, this is really about traffic safety. We're just trying to make a safe environment for those people that frequent our community. We are a tourism-driven community, and so we do have influxes of people quite often throughout the year. And recently with the undertaking of the Ironman event, that event had a large portion of that happened on Highway 70 as well. So we're going to have that for 2 more years, and hopefully we'll continue to do events like that. And those are the things that we're just trying to look out for, is people that are going to be on those roadways. There's not a lot of bicycle paths in our area, but we've had people riding our roadways for years, and they do century rides around our area. And so just getting people to be aware of the speed limits and getting them to slow down is our overall goal. But I'll turn this over to my deputy chief, who has put most of the work into compiling all this information for you today.
Thank you.
Sir. Good morning, sir, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Jason Giannopoulos, Deputy Chief of the Ruidoso Police Department. I apologize if my Chicago accent pops out every once in a while. If you just please ask what I should, to repeat myself, and I'll do the best I can not to sound so Chicago. So we're here basically because Ruidoso is looking to put in speed enforcement cameras. We're sharing information about Ruidoso's automated speed enforcement program. And the goal is straightforward, is to improve the safety by encouraging drivers to slow down in the areas where speeding poses the greatest risk. We conducted speed studies across 9 locations and documented nearly 10,000 violations in just 2 days. That's a staggering number if you really think about that. We actually just launched our first 30-day warning period on 2 locations, one on Junction and the other on Paradise. We're about 19 days into that, and we have about 14,000 warning violations that will be going out. We're really seeing staggering numbers when it comes to speeding in Ruidoso. Our speed studies show that there's a serious and widespread speeding problem. There's 2 corridors that average more than 1,000 violations per day, and one of those we'll actually be talking about. And then also we have concerns within our school zone. White Mountain Drive is where our elementary schools are, and that's really was the catalyst for our speed enforcement program. It's one of the features that is kind of upside down is the fact that majority of the speeding violators we're seeing are during the school hours. So about 2/3 of the individuals driving through that speed zone are speeding during our school hours. The other third, obviously, outside the time frame of the school zone. So with that, we'll get going here with the presentation. I don't know why it jumped so far ahead. Let's go back here. So our partner in this is Ultimate. So Ultimate is a company in Maryland, just 15 minutes outside of Washington, D.C. A lot of people have thought that they came from an outside entity outside the United States, and honestly, they're just 15 minutes down the road from Washington, D.C. itself. So this is their statement. We believe it is possible and imperative to enforce traffic regulations fairly and efficiently to promote public safety without imposing any additional financial burden on law-abiding citizens. Accountability provides constant respect for others and eliminates potential selective enforcement of traffic laws resulting from human bias. That's that discretionary term that a lot of times you'll hear in law enforcement. So with that, we're going to go on to what the camera kind of looks like here. So this would be the fixed camera. So the fixed camera is usually sitting on a 20-foot pole. It can be powered by electricity. It can be powered by solar energy. And there's usually a series of cameras on here. There's on the portable trailers that we have out now, we have 4 cameras. I believe this can have up to 6 cameras, or at least the ability to track 6 different lanes of traffic with the cameras. So the Viocam system is tailored for police use, servicing as a deterrent against speeding. The system includes configurations for radar and LiDAR for speed enforcement only. I know there's a lot of concern that it's taking pictures of individuals and we're keeping that information for a long period of time. Most of the, if it goes to a hearing, most of the data will be held for 3 years past the date of the hearing under the IPRA considerations. And then if it doesn't go to a hearing, usually the pictures of the license plates and the small snippet of a video that's taken will be removed within 90 days. So Ultimate is pleased to announce that the release of its Viocam vision system, a cutting-edge AI-supported camera system designed for tracking vehicles with the utmost precision. So what happens when a vehicle comes through one of these cameras is that there's kind of an AI system associated with it, and then a system of cameras takes pictures of the license plate. It has the ability to pick up plates using night vision, and that's how we get the 4 sets of pictures. Once the pictures are taken into the system, it goes to Ultimate. Ultimate has an individual that looks at the camera, looks at the pictures taken by the camera as well as the video, and then decides there whether or not it needs to move forward. Then a supervisor looks at it, and then it comes to the Ruidoso Police Department for kind of a final look at the camera. Once we look at it, it's currently right now it's myself and our 2 lieutenants that have been kind of reviewing the data. You look to see that the make of the vehicle matches, that the license plate that's written above is matches the pictures that you see. And then one of the things that I always make sure that I do is I actually hit the little snippet of the video just to make sure the car was moving, so people don't say that their car was at fault and a picture was taken when it was parked or not moving in traffic. So as I said earlier, one of the main reasons why we chose to do the speed enforcement cameras is White Mountain Drive, where we have our elementary schools. We have about 1,700 students that go to our schools. And this is prior to me joining the Ruidoso Police Department, but the Ruidoso Police Department started to notice that there were a lot of individuals that were speeding through the traffic zone. So we have a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit during the school hours. And when one of our officers is actually able to stop one of these individuals, there could be 4 or 5 other cars that actually go past them that are speeding as well. We're not a huge department. We're getting pretty close to being fully staffed, which is exciting to myself and I'm sure to the chief and the mayor as well. But when we take one of our officers out to write a citation, you have all these cars that are driving past, and we'll talk about kind of some of the data. And one of the reasons why we ended up with Ultimate, we did go through a process to ask for bidders, not necessarily bidders, but companies to come in and give us proposals. We ended up having 2 companies, Ultimate and Nuevo was the other one, and it came down to us choosing Ultimate. So in choosing Ultimate, one of the success stories for Ultimate is they were one of their first customers was in a school district in Eustis, Florida. And they were so successful in their program, a lot of the other neighboring municipalities decided that they were going to use Ultimate cameras. You had areas like Niceville, Baker County, Neptune Beach. One of the prevailing factors that you can see in reading this is the fact that they saw almost 80 to 90% reduction in speeding in the school zones with the use of the speed enforcement cameras. And that is incredible if you really think about it. Yeah, in one instance, let's see, we'll take Niceville. They had a 98.4% decrease in school speeding violations. So, it was only, the data shows that speed cameras put in school zones work and in other locations. I'm going to go over some other reviews that were done. Now, in June 2026, there was a systematic review done in the accident published in Accident Analysis and Prevention. And some of the study highlights are these. 94 studies from around the world, included more than 40 years of research, and it represents one of the most comprehensive evaluations of speed camera effectiveness to date. The key finding of the study, speed cameras consistently reduce vehicle speeds across a variety of roadway and environments. The review found that there was an average speed reduction of about 4.7 miles per hour where speed cameras were, statistically significant decreases in speeding behavior, and the effectiveness across urban, suburban, and rural roadway environments. Why does this matter? Because small reductions in speed produce significant safety benefits. Research shows that every 1 mile per hour reduction in average speed is associated with approximately a 5% reduction in crashes. Bottom line of all this is that small shifts in speed produce big safety results. And that's what we're looking for in Ruidoso. There was another study done by a lady named Jessica Cicino. She's a Senior Vice President of Research at the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. And she highlighted findings from the Cochrane Collaboration Review of 28 speed camera studies. The results in this review, were that crashes near camera locations were reduced by 8 to 50%. Fatal and serious injury crashes were reduced by 11 to 44%, and fatal and serious injury crashes across broader areas reduced by 17 to 58%. Even the U.S. Department of Transportation's findings find that there's a benefit to fixed speed cameras, and that fixed speed cameras are associated with a 54% reduction in all crashes. Fixed speed cameras are associated with a 47% reduction in injury crashes, and mobile speed cameras contribute to a 20% reduction in fatal and serious crashes. To me, if we can reduce the number of fatalities by 1, I think we've kind of won. The evidence consistently demonstrates that reducing speed saves lives. Speed is one of the most significant contributors to both crash frequency and crash severity. Higher speeds increase stopping distance, reduce reaction time, narrow driver's field of vision, and increase impact force during collisions. Also increase the likelihood of severe injury or death. Basically, speed equals kinetic energy, and our bodies aren't made to withstand high amounts of kinetic energy. As speed increases, crash forces increase dramatically, injury severity increases, and fatality risk rises significantly. The human body can only tolerate limited amount of crash force. According to the United States Department of Transportation, achieving safe speeds could be the cornerstone of every roadway safety strategy. So, with Ruidoso, this is one of the things that is really important to us in Ruidoso. We pretty much, our number one driving force is tourism. Everybody likes to come out and see the wildlife that we have in Ruidoso. Unfortunately, since the beginning of the year, we've had 68 incidents of animals in distress. 2/3 of those were involved in motor vehicle accidents, either on scene or a couple days later. Quite often, our officers are asked to euthanize these animals, as well as our animal control officers, and in some instances, we have to call in a vet to euthanize these animals. We frequently have crashes with these animals. Matter of fact, just yesterday on the location where we have our Paradise camera, I drove by a herd of about 20 elk about 500 feet from the camera itself. It was one of the reasons. It's one of the factors we took into consideration when we actually chose the Paradise camera. So, all right, next. So as I've stated, the first 2 locations went live on June 26th. That's 206 Paradise Canyon Drive and 200 Junction Road. So in that area, just to kind of give you a little bit of kind of oversight as to that area, we have a bunch of churches down that strip. And the speed limit is 25 miles per hour. So in the first week of utilizing the ultimate speed cameras in these 2 locations, we had 465 speeding incidents in which cars were traveling at least 10 miles an hour over the posted speed limit. So where we've set our cameras is that they trigger over 10 miles an hour. So at 11, if you're going 11 miles per hour over the speed limit, it's going to take a picture. And some of the speeds we registered in these areas are 29 and 31 miles per hour over. Unfortunately, the 31 miles per hour over was in that 25 mile per hour location. And Junction is being used as one of the streets that we want to kind of use in conjunction with US 70 and the Sutterth location because of it's near the Y, and we want to kind of slow down people approaching the Y. I have a slide in here a little bit later. You'll kind of see where the majority of our crashes occur. This is from one of those, one of the churches here. This is a Gateway Church. Children are an important part of our family at Gateway. Their energy and enthusiasm are a blessing to us all. Our goal at Gateway is for your children to be safe, to have fun, and to be loved unconditionally. In that area, we also have St. Eleanor Catholic Church, First Presbyterian Church, and we also have, it's close to our community center, as well as the Lincoln County Medical Center, all areas where we take, particular notice that we want to make sure that that area is safe for our residents. So this is one of the first locations that we're looking at placing our camera. It's at Meacham Drive and at Alpine Village. One of the concerns for us here is that when we did our speed studies, on the first day that we did our speed studies, and now our speed studies were done on a Wednesday and a Thursday, not even the biggest days in Ruidoso where you have a lot of people traveling by car. On the first day, we had, I believe it was 1,004 people infractions, and then the next day we had 997. Those are staggering numbers at a 40 mile per hour posted speed limit sign. And again, those are triggered at 11 miles per hour over. So think about the amount of cars that we had during the speed study that weren't captured. One of the things a lot of people ask us or tell us is like, oh, we're coming out of the hill. Well, of course, we're going to pick up speed. It's up to the individual driver to make sure they're maintaining the correct speed in those areas. But we listened to the concerns, and we pushed out the location where we'd like to place that camera a little bit further so that you have a little bit of time on a flat surface to try and control your speed before you get to the speed cameras. So again, those numbers were 1,004, and I apologize, the second day was 998. Again, there's a couple of churches in that location. One of the reasons why we chose it, and then after we did the speed data with Ultimate doing their speed study, we figured it was a very good place to kind of start. In that location, with a study done by the New Mexico Department of Transportation, there's been about 23 crashes in that area. From January of 24 to June of 25, using our own statistics, on Meacham Drive, we've had about 120 crashes. And that all kind of stems from kind of that speeding that we get of people coming into Ruidoso from the north side. So this is the next location that we're kind of looking, what we're asking to be able to place a speed camera. So this is Sutterth Drive. So when we did our speed study there, again on Wednesday and Thursday, the first day we had 315 violators. The next day we had 366. And think about that, it's a weekday that we're getting those type of numbers. So this area is close to our community center, which also has our elderly center as well. And just down the street, you have Lincoln County Medical Center. So this is an area that we definitely would like to be able to control speeds. Again, another reason why we want to do that is because of the Y, that kind of pinch off point at the Y. Let's see. On Sutterth Avenue, we've had 163 crashes since June of 2025. In that particular location, we've had about 54 crashes. And finally, this is kind of US 70, our US 70 location. Again, one of the reasons why we picked it is we have the J Bar J Church in that area, but also one of the reasons is it's approaching the Y. The chief and the mayor both kind of touched on it. This last weekend we had the Ironman, and during the Ironman event, one of the hardest points for us to control was the Y, to make sure that we had safety to motorists as well as contestants that were involved in the Ironman competition. So there's only been about 8 crashes at that specific location, and we were seeing numbers of about 400 on the 2 days. I apologize. I don't know what the exact numbers were. I know one day was over 500, the other one's around 380. Unfortunately, with my big stack of papers here, I misplaced that paper. So, but we had about 400 on those days. Again, if you kind of look at all three, actually the Sudderth location and this location, as well as our location on Junction, that's all to kind of control that speeding coming down towards the Y. A lot of times we'll have people that if we're doing traffic enforcement operations on Sudderth, they go off on Junction and they speed down Junction. So that's why we kind of chose the Junction area. And for us, Junction's really important, like I said, because of the churches. A lot of those churches have programs for the children, so we want to make sure that we keep that area safe, as well as all the individuals that are going to church on Sunday, Wednesday, whenever the particular mass is being held. So I remember you had asked, I'm sorry, I got one more here. So this is a picture of Lincoln County when it comes to crashes. Just so you know, the majority of crashes in Lincoln County happen in Ruidoso, right by the Y. You can kind of see that with those giant diamond shapes, and as you approach the Y, those diamonds kind of get bigger until you hit the Y itself. We average between 400 and 450 crashes a year in Ruidoso, and a large portion of those, as seen by the statistic with the Sudderth location, happen close to or coming towards the Y. So with that, I'm just going to go over a little thing here. So why the Y matters? All right, the Y is one of the busiest traffic control points in Ruidoso and serves as the primary gateway into the village. It is a convergence point for traffic traveling to and from Midtown, Meacham, Upper Canyon, Ruidoso Downs, and US Highway 70. I would bet you that every commuter that comes to Ruidoso, whether they be a resident, a commuter, or a visitor, they go through the Y at some point during their stay. So that intersection for us is one of those that we definitely want to try and control speeding around. If the goal is to influence driver behavior before motorists enter the village's busiest pedestrian and commercial areas, the Y provides a logical and highly visible location for mobile speed enforcement trailers and public awareness campaigns, as well as fixed speed cameras coming towards the Y. So I also want to address the fact that, Ruidoso is also unique in that we have a lot of pedestrians and cyclists, and that's, I think, one of the reasons why Ironman chose us, as well as Xterra. We want to make sure that we're taking care of our pedestrians and our cyclists. Over the Ironman weekend on the 11th, we had a mother and an 8-year-old daughter struck by a vehicle as a pedestrian. And that's one of the things we want to make sure is that we kind of keep the speed down. And one of the things we want to really look at is, Chairman, you were actually talking about those mobile cameras and moving them around. So we want to have the ability to try and bring our mobile cameras in that area, and we'll do the speed studies that we need to do in order to move it there. Because to us, our Midtown is our lifeblood. That's where everybody that comes into Ruidoso, they'll come down to the Midtown, walk around, do some shopping. We have beautiful parks right near there. So we want to make sure that we're able to protect the people in that area as well. So with that, we're looking, at hopefully in the future to bring some of the mobile speed cameras over there, and we'll put it before you and hopefully get it passed that we can have that there. 25 miles per hour is what it is through Midtown. I would say a lot of our traffic stops happen in Midtown with people going a little bit faster than 25 miles per hour. We're going to be putting up a bike unit to help out in that area with traffic. Hopefully, we'll get here pretty soon. We're trying to get them certified before we put them out there. But we have an overall plan of what we want to do in the village of Ruidoso when it comes to reducing, traffic, and speeds. So Ruidoso's approach. So we don't do it as a standalone. It's not a standalone solution. We know that the speed cameras are more like a force multiplier than anything else. With a small police department, just a little background on me. I came from the Chicago Police Department, and then I worked with Albuquerque Police Department for 3 years as a commander. Those are big organizations where you have a lot of resources and officers that you can put on the street and do a lot of enforcement action yourself. So what we need with our size police department is that we need some sort of force multiplier, and that's where the speed cameras come in. And that's why we're here before you today and wanting to expand on our speed cameras. The Village of Ruidoso is utilizing the ultimate speed safety cameras as one of the components of a broader traffic safety strategy. The Ruidoso Police Department plans to supplement the effectiveness of the ultimate speed enforcement cameras through targeted traffic enforcement operations in areas identified through camera data, citizen complaints, crash history, and observed speeding patterns. These efforts will focus on the Midtown Sudeth Drive, school zones, residential neighborhoods, high crash corridors, the Y, and 70. Special event and high traffic areas will have enforcement, will have more enforcement action. Reinvestment in public safety. A lot of the questions when somebody, a lot of questions that you get asked when you put together a speed enforcement program is, where's the money going? Well, the money is going to end up going right back into traffic enforcement. Any revenue generated through a speed safety camera program will be reinvested into traffic safety and enforcement initiatives within the Village of Ruidoso. So what are those? Potential investments include traffic control and enforcement operations, speed management equipment and technology. That would be just the boards where it shows you what your speed is to try and get you to slow down. So we're taking an overall approach. We do not want to inundate the Village of Ruidoso with speed cameras. It's not our goal. Our goal is definitely to reduce speed within the village. We'll have school safety zone initiatives, traffic safety and education and awareness campaigns. We can work with the schools, start them young, start getting that messaging out there, particularly with the high school. And then officer training and traffic enforcement and resources. Our department does a really good job in training our officers, but this will just give us the added benefit of allowing them to go to more specialized traffic enforcement type of courses. So the goal is basically to change driver behavior, reduce crashes, and preventing injuries and saving lives. The goal is not to increase our revenue, all right? The goal is improving public safety. I would like to see, when we send out these 1,400 violation notices, I would love to see that it comes back and that jumps down to 140. The goal is not revenue. The goal is to try and slow people down in these areas. So, with that, I know, Mr. Chairman, you were asking about the statute that kind of is the statute that pertains to the speed safety cameras. So that statute is 318-17. And that's the nuisance statute where the speed cameras kind of fall under. Some of the provisions in that is that we can't charge anybody over $100. The revenue from that, in essence, when you look at it, 50% is delegated to the state to go to the general fund. However, if administrative fees are taken out, so if we hire a hearing officer to hear cases regarding these speed enforcement cameras, some of that would come out. But of that remaining money, 50% would go to the state's general fund, 25% goes to Ultimate. And I'd like to really state that we didn't have to pay a dime to bring the cameras to Ruidoso. Ultimate, their revenue will be generated off of this with the $25. We'll get maybe $25 to whatever administrative fee that we need in order to pay our hearing officer or any other administrative functions. We put this into statute an ordinance under 2025-7 in the Village of Ruidoso. The mayor and city council voted on it. So with that, I can take some questions from the general presentation, or we can go maybe into the traffic stuff as well. I can kind of help out with the traffic stuff for sure.
Is there any questions from fellow commissioners? Commissioner Hicks.
I do have one odd question, and that is, are the majority of those speeding from out of state?
So, you know, we had the council meeting 2 days ago, got asked the exact same question. And I kid you not, it's about a 50-50 break.
Is it?
And there isn't one state from the out-of-staters that is the majority of that other 50%. So, yeah, it's about a 50-50 break, so.
There's always that competition to get our Texas money.
Yeah, so that's the comments that, so what we do, we're really transparent with our notification. Matter of fact, when I get back to Ruidoso today, we'll be putting up something on Facebook. We put on Facebook every Thursday where the cameras will be. Our cameras haven't moved in two weeks. They're not going to move anytime soon, but we still put it up every week. One of the things I like to do is, you know, kind of say, hey, we had 465 violators this past week, just to kind of give people, you know, let them know that, you know, there's some speeding going on through there. But also, we also try and post the two highest speeds from the two locations, so people can kind of see one of the reasons why we actually need this program. You know, when you have people doing 29 miles per hour and 31 miles per hour over the speed limit, that's a definite problem, so.
And are all the cameras set up, and I guess the leeway is 10 miles, anything that's over 10 miles an hour gets clocked?
So the one that's gonna be at the school, the threshold will be 5 miles.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're gonna lower it there. If we see a need in the future, the one nice thing about Ultimate is that you can adjust the speed thresholds. And if we're seeing, you know, you get, what's an unwritten rule? Oh, I can do 10 over. You're going to see, like, in each of the three locations that we're asking, actually in almost every location that we did the speed study, that people do on average when they're speeding 12 to 14 miles per hour over. So I think people are like, oh, I'm doing that 10, but I can get away with just a little bit more, and that's why you're seeing kind of that 12, 13, or 14 miles per hour. So.
For the next meeting, Secretary, can you get us a report on the cameras that we have approved and see where the money is going? If it's because I'm under the understanding or perception that it's going, and the reason I'm asking that is because you're offering to give half back to the general fund. So that's from what I read in the presentation. And so I'm wondering if we could get a report on the other cameras to see exactly how the money's being distributed.
So the actual area in the statute itself is 318-17A4 subsection B. So that's capital A, number 4, small letter B. So I'll read it. Lest the retention authorized in subparagraph A of this paragraph, 1/2 of the net total amount assessed and collected by the municipality pursuant to this section shall be remitted to the state treasurer and distributed to the general fund. And 2, 1/2 shall be retained by the municipality for municipal traffic safety programs to offset the municipality's reasonable costs directly related to administering a program as provided in paragraph 1. So part of the agreement with Ultimate is they get 50% of that other 50%, so.
Okay. Is there any other questions from fellow commissioners? What I would suggest is you gave a fine presentation. You went over all the traffic data. Francisco's there grinning because he says, hey, they got all their stuff together, and you did. So what I would ask you to do is, Francisco, work with them, and then work with the guy that's putting together our policy, Brad, and make sure that we're covering all the bases there. And once we get to that point, then you can bring it again once it's reached all hurdles.
Get in here. Okay. Sounds good, Chairman and Commissioners. We'll pursue that direction. And just to touch, there's kind of the summary that Deputy Chief went over. Just real quick, the safety wear that Brad had talked about, we ran it for the village, and I won't go through everyone, but as you can see, it gives you a cost-benefit analysis and some countermeasures. And so, like on 70, the countermeasure for safety is lighting, but on 48, the 2 locations, they're actually advocating or recommending speed cameras. So.
Okay, so work with Francisco, and he'll work with Brad. And now that they're putting the policy together, and that'll be a start. And again, we appreciate it. And you did have a great presentation. That's what we ask for, is traffic data. We ask for traffic accidents. We ask for all that. So you covered your bases. And that is why at the last meeting that you had requested, we sort of held off because we wanted to make sure that you had all the data before you approached the commission. So we'll rely on Francisco to work with you, and then we'll keep us updated, and then we'll go from there. And we appreciate you coming today, Mayor. Thank you for being here today. I know there's a lot of stuff going on up there, and you guys took time out of the day to be here, so we'll be in touch, or Francisco will, and he'll update us. Any other comments, Mayor?
Just one, Chairman, to your point about outdated structures and whatnot, we have, at the Y, you saw that was where a lot of the activity's at. We're in right now about a 20 to 25% design with Bohannon Houston through grants on reimagining what that Y looks like. They've come up with what's called a high T, but just with when we have to get that put together to give to you. So, but that project is still 4 or 5 years out before, so we were looking to maybe, put these measures in to start something more immediate. But we are taking into account what you just said earlier.
Thank you, and believe me, we're very, very concerned with speed too, because we've had accidents with our employees while they're out there working on the roadway, and people are speeding or unattentive to what they're doing, and we've had employees get hit with those. So we're always looking for ways to make the road safer, not only for our employees, but for the traveling public. So thank you.
Chairman, Commissioners, we'll continue to work to make sure Village meets the policy, at least the criteria that Brad is working on. And then, of course, work with yourself, Chairman of the Commission, to identify a date to go for an action item for this speed cameras. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys have a safe trip back.
Thank you. And Commission, thank you for allowing us to be the trailblazer with the new policy. Appreciate it.
With that, we're going to move on to an action item. STC meeting, September 17, 2026. Location to be determined. Commissioner Chenoweth, do you have a location to recommend this to this commission?
Indeed, I do. Thank you very much, Chairman Adams. I request that we have that meeting in the village of Los Lunas, please.
We have a recommendation from Commissioner Chenoweth for the September meeting, 17th, to be in the village of Las Lunas. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hicks. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That carries unanimously. So our next meeting that we're not in Albuquerque will be September 17th in Las Lunas. So thank you for that. And now we get to action item 9B. Executive session to discuss an imminent personal disciplinary anticipated
subsequent litigation as authorized by NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, subsections H2 and H7, and 2 to discuss threatened litigation as authorized by NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, subsection H7, where we will only discuss those matters. Do I have a motion to retire into executive session?
So moved.
So moved by Commissioner Chenoweth. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner McElroy. Can I get a roll call vote?
Chairman Adams,
Yes.
Commissioner McElroy,
Yes.
Commissioner Hicks,
Yes.
Commissioner Chenoweth,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Taylor? Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Tanner?
So we will retire into executive session at approximately 11:52.
Sorry, I was excited for a moment. All my stuff.
I want to call back into open session from executive session. I need a motion where we have discussed personnel disciplinary action and anticipated subsequent litigation as authorized by NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, subsection H2 and H7 and 2 to discuss threatened litigation as authorized by NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, subsection H7. Do I have a motion to come back into regular session from executive session at 12:48? So moved by Commissioner Taylor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hicks. Can I get a roll call?
Chairman Adams?
Yes.
Commissioner McElroy?
Yes.
Commissioner Hicks?
Yes.
Commissioner Chenoweth?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yep.
And Commissioner Tanner?
Yes.
We are now back into regular session. Our next item on the agenda is a report from nobody. So do I have a motion for adjournment at approximately 12:49?
So moved.
I have a motion from Commissioner Chenoweth to adjourn. Do I have a second? Commissioner Hicks?
No. Second.
Second by Commissioner McElroy. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Adjourned.
All right.